There are things in this world, secrets buried in stone, carved in forgotten tongues, hidden under layers of time, that should never have been discovered. Not because they were lost by accident, but because they were hidden on purpose, wrapped in silence, and guarded for centuries. Whispers from the past that raise more questions than answers. Echoes of civilizations that disappeared for no reason, technologies that should not exist, and relics that do not fit anywhere in the great timeline of history. Tonight, we don't just tell stories. We open tombs, lift veils, follow the faint traces of mystery that lead to the forbidden corners of the ancient world. But be careful, these are not bedtime stories. They are truths that perhaps humanity should never have rediscovered. And when you close your eyes and let the stillness of the night envelop you, ask yourself, what else lies beneath our feet, waiting for time to forget again? But before you get too comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Only if you really like what I do here. And here's a small challenge. Comment what time you're watching this, and I will try to guess your country. I'll look at each and every one. Now, let's begin. Somewhere under the earth, under layers of history and dust, under cities that have risen and fallen, lies a tomb that once housed the greatest conqueror the world has ever known. A man whose name still resonates through time, whose empire stretched from Greece to India, and whose death left a void so powerful that it shattered civilizations. Alejandro Magno. And yet, despite all his glory, all the marble statues and legends engraved in every corner of the ancient world, his final resting place has been lost. It is not in another place. It has been lost, as if they had deliberately erased it. When Alejandro died in the year 323 ACC, in the palace of Nebuchadnezzar II in Babylonia, the world trembled. He was only 32 years old, and his sudden death, possibly due to typhoid fever, malaria, poison, or even an autoimmune disease, did not leave a clear successor. His body, as tradition dictated, had to be returned to Macedonia. That was his homeland, his heart, the land of his ancestors. But the body never got there. The funeral procession, grandiose and golden, was intercepted. It was kidnapped. Tammy, one of Alejandro's most trusted generals and future founder of the TMIC dynasty in Egypto, diverted the body to Memphis and finally to Alexandria. A political movement, a power game, a symbol. Whoever possessed Alejandro's remains possessed legitimacy. For centuries, pilgrims, kings, and emperors traveled to Alexandria to pay tribute. Julio César, Augusto, Caligula, Septimio Seis. They were not just men in search of glory. They stood in the shadow of divinity because Alejandro was now more than a man. He was a god-king, a bridge between the mortal and the divine. It is said that the tomb was once a magnificent monument located in a building called Ursima. It may have resembled the mausoleum of Hyrcanus, one of the seven wonders of the ancient world. A glass sarcophagus, shining like crystal, preserved his mummified remains. Gold, ivory, and relics from the four corners of the empire surrounded him in death, just as they had in life. But then, silence. In the 4th century CC, the tomb disappears from historical records. It fades. Earthquakes struck Alexandria. Tsunamis devastated the coast. Christianity spread throughout the empire, transforming temples into churches and burning the past in its wake. The Soma was destroyed, buried, rebuilt, or, according to some, intentionally hidden by those who feared the power still attributed to Alejandro's bones. Modern attempts to locate the tomb have yielded nothing but speculation. Some say that it is found under the streets of the old quarter of Alexandria, under foundations too sacred or politically sensitive to be disturbed. Others claim that it was moved to Venice or the Siwa Oasis, or that it never left Babylon. More than 140 official excavations have been carried out, each one more hopeful than the previous one, but none has been successful. It is as if history guards this last secret with a jealous determination. What will we find if the tomb was discovered? Ancient parchments, lost artifacts of unimaginable value, and Alexander's own DNA, waiting to be sequenced, Wait to reveal if he was truly divine or just a man with extraordinary ambition. Or perhaps it is better that it stay hidden. Because in some corners of the world, it is said that disturbing a tomb like that would bring disasters, a curse, a rupture of order, and that some mysteries should never be solved, that the earth's silence should not be broken. So we wait, we wonder, we imagine, and somewhere in Alexandria or beyond, the dust of a king sleeps intact by the passage of time. Under the heart of central Turkey, beneath the arid plains and volcanic rock formations of Cappadocia, lies a mystery so immense, so intricately constructed, and so disturbing in its silence that modern science still struggles to explain it. Derinkuyu, an ancient underground city capable of housing more than 20,000 people, with stables, wineries, schools, kitchens, chapels, and ventilation wells, goes more than 18 floors into the earth. A city not only excavated in the rock, but designed in such a way that it could sustain life for months, possibly years, without ever going to the surface. But who built it? Why do they take refuge underground? And how could such a vast system exist so ahead of its time? The story begins, at least for us, in 1963. A man in Derinkuyu was renovating his home. When knocking down a wall in his basement, he found a strange opening, a tunnel. And that tunnel led to another and another. He soon realized his house was on a vast hidden network, a world buried and isolated from time. A discovery that would resonate around the world. But Derinkuyu was not just any cave system. It had huge stone doors weighing up to 500 kilograms, 1,100 pounds, which could be closed from the inside for protection. The ventilation ducts were carved precisely, ensuring oxygen flowed freely even to the deepest levels. There were water wells that gave access to clean and uncontaminated water from below, probably protected from poisoning in times of siege. Even livestock had areas, and the disposal of waste was planned in detail, so it did not contaminate habitable areas. The further one goes, the more one feels like descending into a living machine. And yet, no one knows who built it. Some historians point to the Phrygians, a people of the Bronze Age who flourished around the 8th century BCE. Others believe that the Hittites, even before, may have excavated the first levels. But the scale, 18 levels deep, miles of interconnected tunnels, suggests either a civilization with unprecedented technological capabilities or something much older, possibly even before the Ice Age. The hard volcanic rock of Cappadocia is soft, making it easier to excavate, but also fragile. One wrong blow, an unsupported roof, and the entire system could collapse. However, Derinkuyu has endured for thousands of years, surviving earthquakes, invasions, and centuries of abandonment. So why go underground? Some say it was to escape war. Cappadocia, caught between empires, Roman, Byzantine, and Arab, was no stranger to conflict. Christians fleeing persecution may have used Derinkuyu in the early centuries, but that does not explain who the original builders were. They were not hiding from men. They were hiding from something else. Some theorists suggest a climatic catastrophe, perhaps a solar event, a volcanic eruption, or a meteorite impact that forced survivors to take refuge underground. Others speak of predatory threats, human or otherwise, that hunted at night. And others go further. They suggest that Derinkuyu was not built for humans, but possibly by or for beings that did not belong to this world. There are legends, ancient even by Anatolian standards, about a people of snakes that pushed the first tribes underground, about beings that lived under the earth, watching, waiting. And although these are myths transmitted through oral tradition, they often contain a hint of something disturbing, something persistent. And Derinkuyu is not alone. There are over 200 known underground cities in Cappadocia. Many are smaller, but some, like Kaymakli, rival Derinkuyu in complexity. Curiously, these cities are connected by tunnels, some extending for kilometers and forming a system of underground highways. But to what end? Archaeologists still wonder about its design. There are no carvings or written records, only functionality. Everything is designed thinking about survival. The more one descends, the colder, more humid and darker it gets. And yet, someone designed everything with a kind of chilling foresight, as if they knew what was going to happen, as if they had already done it before. Could Darren Kuyu have been part of a civilization's restart? A post-apocalyptic bunker abandoned by forgotten people? Was it refuge from a prehistoric flood? Or is it something more enigmatic? A whisper of an era when humanity was not alone? Nowadays, some parts of Darinu are open to public. People walk through narrow corridors, take photos, admire architecture, but deepest sections remain sealed, unexplored, unmapped. Some say the Turkish government closed them for security. Others believe that there are things down there that are better left buried. And so, Darren Kuyu waits. Silent, dark, timeless, a vast breathing memory carved in stone. And under the surface of Turkey, in the bones of the earth, the echoes of an ancient city continue whispering. We were here. We resisted. And you should never know why. Deep in the dense, impenetrable rainforests of Ecuador, under the tangled roots of trees older than history, lies a cave that has awakened wonder, obsession, and fear for decades. A place so shrouded in secrecy and wild speculation that it has attracted the attention of scientists, mystics, presidents, and astronauts. This is Cueva de los Tellos, the Cave of the Tellos. And according to those who have dared descend into its darkness, it could hide a lost library, not of books or scrolls, but of gleaming metal plates engraved with unknown knowledge. Knowledge that should never be discovered. The entrance to the Cave of Tellos is hidden on the side of a steep ravine, surrounded by the territory of the Shure people, a fiercely independent indigenous group whose ancestors were known for the practice of head shrinking. To enter the cave, you must ascend almost 300 feet vertically through a completely dark well. Below, a vast labyrinth of tunnels stretches for kilometers. Most is still unexplored. The cave is real, but it is what could be inside that makes Tellos one of the most controversial and mysterious places in ancient mystery tradition. The legend began to unfold in the 1970s when an explorer named Juan Moritz, an Argentine-Hungarian adventurer, claimed to have discovered an artificial library deep in the cave. Thousands of metallic books, engraved with a strange language and neatly arranged on shelves, along with gold statues, tools, and evidence of a civilization that was not human. Moritz swore he had not found it by chance. He claimed he had been guided there by the Shure, who guarded the cave's secrets and passed them down from generation to generation. According to him, this metallic library was the vestige of a civilization before the flood, possibly extraterrestrial, much older than any recognized by conventional archaeology. His claims rose to fame when included in Erich von Daniken's 1968 best-selling book, Chariots of the Gods, which popularized the ancient astronaut theory. Daniken described an incredible underground vault containing metallic books, signs of advanced technology, and perhaps records of humanity's true origin. The idea was almost too fantastic to believe. So fantastic, in fact, that the only way to prove it was to go in and see for yourself. In 1976, that is exactly what happened. A large-scale expedition was launched, funded, and led in part by the British Army, which was joined by Neil Armstrong, the first man to walk on the moon. Why would a decorated astronaut, a global icon, delve into the depths of an Ecuadorian jungle cave? Officially, it was a scientific and geological exploration. But many speculate Armstrong's real interest was to verify the incredible claims surrounding the cave. He descended into darkness along with British and Ecuadorian scientists, soldiers, and speleologists. They explored kilometers of underground passages. But when the expedition surfaced, they announced nothing. No metallic books, no gold relics, no confirmation whatsoever, only geological wonders. Or so they said, but something did not add up. Why such an expensive and elaborate expedition, in which government agencies and one of the most famous men in the world participated, for a cave that supposedly contained nothing more than natural rock formations? Some believe that the team found something and kept it secret. Others say that the true location of the metallic library is in a separate, sealed chamber, much deeper than the one explored in 1976, a place still hidden by the shore, protected from outsiders. The descriptions of Morich and the shore informants are chilling. They speak of vast artificial rooms with polished walls, geometrically aligned corridors, and strange inscriptions that shine when light hits them. Some claim that the metallic plates are not of gold or silver, but of a material that we have not yet identified. Light, unbreakable, and impermeable to corrosion. A material that is not of this world. There are even reports of humanoid figures carved into the walls, some with elongated heads or alien features. Others show celestial patterns, star maps, constellations, and alignments that suggest an advanced knowledge of astronomy. Who carved them? Why were they hidden? And most importantly, why are we now discouraged from investigating? Since the Armstrong expedition, access to the cave has become increasingly restricted. The Ecuadorian government has imposed regulations on exploration, and the Shore people continue to jealously protect the site. Some suspect that this is a repression, an intentional silencing of discoveries that could rewrite history, threaten religious narratives, or alter geopolitical power structures. But one question still prevails above all. What if Juan Morich was telling the truth? What if under the soil of Ecuador, in a cave older than civilization itself, there's a repository of knowledge that could explain everything we have always wondered? Our origin, our purpose, our place in the cosmos. Perhaps the Tayo Cave is a vault, a message left behind by a forgotten race, a library that was not made for us, but for someone or something else. And the closer we get to its secrets, the more forces arise to ensure we never discover them. So there it remains, silent, breathing, watching, waiting for whoever dares to descend beyond where the light fades, into the eternal darkness, into the forgotten mind of the earth, where the mysteries were not buried by time, but by intention. Under the icy and dark waters of the Baltic Sea, 300 feet below the surface, lies an enigma that has baffled scientists, divers, and truth seekers since its discovery in 2011. It is not a sunken ship, nor a naturally formed ridge or trench. It is something completely different, something that seems not to belong in this world. It is about the Baltic Sea anomaly. Its discovery was not part of any government deep-sea expedition or a high-tech NASA mission. It happened almost by chance. A team of Swedish divers called Ocean X, known for rescuing sunken ships and treasures, was exploring the seabed between Sweden and Finland when they came across something that seemed impossible. At first glance, the sonar image resembled a flying saucer buried in the seabed. It appeared to be almost 200 feet in diameter, perfectly circular with strange, symmetrical features. What surprised the divers was not only the shape. It was the way the object seemed to rise from the seabed on a pedestal-like structure, almost as if it had been deliberately placed there, not crashed or sunk, but placed with purpose. And then there was the texture. When the team dived to the site, they discovered that the anomaly had sharp angles, smooth, flat surfaces, and what appeared to be a staircase or corridor carved into one of its sides. It was not irregular or worn like a typical rock formation. Instead, it seemed designed. Some divers described its surface as scorched, like burnt concrete, as if it had been subjected to extreme heat. Even stranger, their equipment, satellite phones, cameras, and even metal detectors stopped working the moment they approached the anomaly. As soon as they moved away, their equipment started working again. It was as if the object was surrounded by an electromagnetic field, an invisible warning, or perhaps a trace of an ancient technology long lost in the waves. The story quickly captured world attention. Was it a UFO? An ancient ruin? A natural formation distorted by human imagination? For many, the images seemed to show something clearly mechanical, like the Millennium Falcon from Star Wars, half buried under layers of mud and time. The perfect lines, the round central dome, the strange ramp or hat-shaped formations. It was not just rock, or at least not rock as we know it. The Ocean X team, led by Peter Lindbergh and Dennis Asberg, claimed they had never seen anything like it, and they were not amateurs. They were seasoned treasure hunters with thousands of dives behind them. But the more they explored, the more puzzled they felt. On land, the scientists were skeptical. The geologists suggested that it could be a glacial deposit formed during the Ice Age by the retreat of glaciers, which dragged rocks across the seabed. But even this explanation had gaps. The geometry of the structures and their distinct lines did not resemble glacial erratics, and electromagnetic interference was not something rocks normally emitted. And then there was the trail. The sonar scanners showed a long, flat path about 300 meters long leading to the anomaly, as if the object had skidded across the seabed before stopping. But if it was a natural formation, what left the trail? If it was a spacecraft or moving object, how long had it been there? Some theories took a darker turn. One suggested that the anomaly was the vestige of an old Nazi experiment, a secret ship designed during the Second World War that never saw the light of day. Others speculated that it could be the remains of a prehistoric civilization, advanced enough to build monumental stone or metal structures long before the history of humanity officially began. The most speculative minds whispered about extraterrestrial origins, that the Baltic Sea anomaly could be a sunken spacecraft, either intentionally hidden under the waves or shot down during a catastrophic descent thousands of years ago. Supporters of this theory pointed to legends from the Nordic countries, myths of flying ships and shiny discs falling from the sky into the ocean. Could one of them be the one that lies there dormant? The mystery intensified when independent divers tried returning to the site. Rough seas, equipment malfunction, and strict regulations made exploration nearly impossible. Funding ran out, and little by little, the world's attention faded. But the image remains. That disturbing sonar image, a disc-shaped object resting in the silence of the depths of the Baltic, motionless, inexplicable, inflexible. The truth is that we still don't know what the Baltic Sea anomaly is. Scientific explanations remain inconclusive, and further exploration is hampered by environmental and technical challenges. It could be an unusual geological formation, or it could be something left by a world we no longer remember. Perhaps it is a tomb, a lighthouse, a ship, or maybe it never should have been found, but it was. And now it looks at us from the depths, posing a question that no one has yet answered. What sleeps under the sea? Are we brave enough to wake it? In 1952, among the dry and cracked rocks of the Qumran caves, near the Dead Sea, a scroll different from all the others was taken from the shadows. Unlike its more famous neighbors, the Dead Sea Scrolls, which contained religious texts, laws, and prophecies, this scroll was made of something very different. Copper, heavy, rusty, cold to the touch, engraved with a message that spoke not of salvation or the apocalypse, but of something much more earthly and yet tantalizingly mystical. Treasure. It would end up being known simply as the Copper Scroll, but it is anything but simple. Unlike any other ancient manuscript, this scroll is not about theology or recounting epic battles or prayers. Instead, it reads like a list, a cold and precise inventory of buried riches scattered across the ancient landscape of Judea. Gold bars, silver bars, temple vessels, sacred objects, altogether an unimaginable fortune. But here is the crux. No one has found any of it. The scroll was so unusual that it could not even be unrolled like a parchment. Time and oxidation had made the metal brittle and fragile. The only way to read it was to cut it into strips, risking its destruction just to glimpse the secrets written inside. What they found surprised even the most seasoned scholars. The text, written in a form of Mishnaic Hebrew, lacked allegories or parables. It was totally practical, almost surgical in tone. It listed 63 places, each describing a treasure trove, often specifying the exact weight of the gold or silver, the depth of the hiding place, and in some cases, even landmarks. For example, in the ruins found in the Our Valley, under the steps leading east, 40 cubits long, a chest of silver and its vessels, weighing 17 talents. And another in the great cistern that is in the peristyle courtyard, in a hole in the eastern wall, 9 cubits deep, 6 bars of gold. If true, the total treasure described could be worth billions in today's currency. More than 4,600 talents of precious metals buried, awaiting discovery. But who buried them? And why did they inscribe it on copper? A far more durable and permanent medium than parchment or leather. Some scholars believe that the scroll was created by a Jewish sect, possibly the Essenes, the same mysterious group believed to be the authors of many Dead Sea Scrolls. Others suggest that it may have been the work of temple priests who desperately hid the Second Temple's sacred wealth from the advancing Roman legions before the destruction of Jerusalem in the year 70 A.D.C. But there is something strange. Many of the places mentioned are impossible to identify. Some are so vague, in the valley below the ruins next to the canal, that even modern archaeologists can only guess at their meaning. Others describe places that do not appear on any known map, ancient or modern. And then there is place 63, an enigma within another enigma. The last entry does not describe gold or silver. It says, in a hollow in the sinkhole at the edge of the hill, facing east, a duplicate of this document, and its explanation, a duplicate scroll. An explanation, a missing key. To this day, a second scroll has never been found. And without it, the enigma remains unresolved. Some researchers have spent decades trying to match the descriptions with modern topography, searching for underground chambers or forgotten cisterns. Explorers have excavated in the Judean desert, near Jericho, even under ruins and ancient aqueducts. But not a single treasure has been recovered, which raises a disturbing question. Was it real? Skeptics suggest that it may have been a hoax or an allegory, perhaps symbolic rather than literal, a spiritual treasure more than a physical one. But if that is true, why make the immense effort and expense that it took to inscribe it on copper? Why use such precise measurements, weights, and architectural details? And more importantly, why hide a second scroll with its explanation? Then there is the most disturbing theory. Some believe that the copper scroll was never meant to be found, or rather, never meant to be understood. That it was not a treasure map, but a warning. That the treasures it refers to are not merely material, but spiritual weapons or sacred relics from an age before memory. Objects too powerful or dangerous to fall into unworthy hands. Others whisper that its origin predates the temple, suggesting that the scroll could refer to relics from an even older era, perhaps from the First Temple, or even earlier, from a civilization lost long ago under the desert sands. According to this theory, the copper scroll is a surviving fragment of forbidden knowledge, sealed in copper to resist the passage of time and buried not to be found, but to be forgotten. But it was not forgotten. It was found. And now the secret has come to light. Treasure hunters continue to search, driven by obsession and desperation. The Cuman region is plagued by holes and ditches, scars of failed expeditions and false hopes. Each excavation, each exploration of the desert floor, driven by the temptation of untold riches or something deeper. The belief that under the stone lies the truth, not gold. So far, the secrets of the scroll remain hidden. Perhaps the second scroll really exists, buried under an unmarked stone, waiting to complete the enigma. Or perhaps the copper scroll never had anything to do with treasure, but with testing us, testing our desire, our greed, our curiosity. Whatever the truth, the copper scroll remains one of the most disturbing ancient mysteries ever discovered. A treasure map without treasure. A message from the past that refuses to be silenced. And every day it remains unresolved. It whispers a disturbing question. What is underneath? And who or what buried it there? Deep in the heart of Abydos, an ancient city located on the banks of the Nile River, lies one of the most revered and enigmatic places in Egypt. The Temple of Seti IV. Built over 3,000 years ago, this temple is a sanctuary for the gods, a mausoleum of kings, and a masterpiece of hieroglyphic narration. But among its ancient columns and sacred halls, one carving in particular has captivated and puzzled historians, archaeologists, and conspiracy theorists alike. High up, above eye level, engraved on the stone lintels of a roof beam, there is a set of hieroglyphs that do not belong to any known timeline. They do not resemble sacred symbols or abstract concepts. They look like modern machines. At first glance, the carvings seem to represent what can only be described as a helicopter, a submarine, a fighter plane, and a tank. Seemingly out of place for thousands of years, these engravings, often called helicopter hieroglyphs, seem to defy the limits of history and stand as a visual enigma. How could the ancient Egyptians, a civilization that reached its peak in the 2nd millennium BC, carve something that looks identical to 20th century military technology? Coincidence? Joke? Or was something much deeper? When photographs of the engravings came to light in the late 1990s, they unleashed a storm of controversy. The most prominent Egyptologists were quick to offer an explanation. According to them, what people see is a case of palimpsest, an ancient practice that consists of rechiseling and overwriting the engravings on stone, often centuries apart. In this case, they argue that the hieroglyphs carved during the reign of Seti were subsequently plastered and rewritten during the reign of his son Ramses II. Over time, the plaster eroded, revealing a fusion of both sets of inscriptions and creating the illusion of futuristic machines. But even if we accept this explanation, it does not fully explain the striking resemblance of these images to real helicopters and tanks. The shape of the helicopter has a cockpit, a tail, and well-defined rotor blades. The submarine has a conning tower and conical hull. These are not vague shapes open to far-fetched interpretations. They are geometrically accurate compared to modern designs. And this raises a deeper question. If the carvings are simply the result of overlapping glyphs, why do they look so perfectly like modern warfare? What are the odds that erosion and artistic chance would produce something so specific, so detailed, and so aligned with contemporary military technology? There are those who suggest that the resemblance is not accidental at all, that the ancient Egyptians may have possessed knowledge that transcended their time. Some propose that what we see here is a relic of a lost advanced technology, a fleeting glimpse into a forgotten chapter in human history, one in which ancient civilizations may have developed machines beyond our wildest imagination, only to disappear beneath the sands of time. That Egypt, or a precursor civilization, once reached a level of technological sophistication that we have not yet rediscovered. Others take an even more controversial stance, that the Temple of Seti preserves a record of extraterrestrial contact. According to this theory, what the Egyptians saw and sculpted into their sacred architecture were flying machines that were not of terrestrial origin, ships witnessed in the sky, perhaps by priests or even the pharaoh himself. These visitors, gods in the eyes of the ancient world, may have shown their ships, leaving an indelible image in the minds of those who witnessed them. It is not so far-fetched if we consider how many Egyptian myths speak of gods descending from the heavens in boats of fire, or how their temples and pyramids were aligned with the celestial constellations with extraordinary precision. But even if we put aside the alien hypothesis, the question remains, why were these carvings made? Some believe the answer lies in the function of the temple itself. The Seti Temple was not just a religious center. It was a spiritual gateway. It was said to be a place where the boundary between the physical and the divine blurred. The pharaohs did not only worship here. They sought communion with the gods, knowledge of life after death, and perhaps even visions of the future. Could it be that these carvings were the result of visions, of divine flashes of things to come? There is a long tradition in ancient cultures of prophetic art, of seers, priests, and mystics channeling images beyond their understanding. What if a priest or artist received a vision of a flying ship, of armored machines rolling across a landscape, of war? They are different from everything they have known. How would they record it? How would they interpret those images in the symbolic language of their time? They would carve them in stone, not because they understood them, but because they were witnesses. And then there is the theory of time manipulation in antiquity, a fringe idea, but one that has been whispered by some researchers. That ancient temples like Abydos could have acted as temporal resonance chambers capable of capturing echoes of the past or the future. That certain places on Earth, due to their geomagnetic properties, could act as receptors of information coming from other dimensions or temporal lines. Does that sound crazy? But the Temple of Seti, also contains another anomaly. The Abidas King list, a chronological record of kings engraved on its walls, omits the so-called heretic pharaoh Akhenaten and his successors. This selective memory suggests that the Egyptians were not only chroniclers of history. They were preservers of reality, preserving what served their truth and omitting what did not. So, what if the helicopter was part of a truth that they could not ignore, even if they did not understand it? Today, tourists contemplate the carvings with amazement. Archaeologists document them. Skeptics explain them. But none of that erases the unease felt when seeing something that should not exist but does. The carving of the helicopter has not been altered. It is not a deception. It remains on high, preserved in stone as it has been for millennia. And the question it raises is not whether time is linear or history complete. The question is, what do they see? And why do they want us to see it, too? Hidden under the quiet town of Shiyanbun, in the Chinese province of Jiangxi, is an underground wonder that defies explanation. A network of hand-dug caverns so immense, intricate, and deliberately designed that modern engineers and archaeologists are left speechless. These are the Longyu Grottos, a set of at least 24 huge underground chambers carved directly into the sandstone. Its discovery was accidental and, like many of history's most amazing mysteries, began with curiosity and a single decisive question. How deep is this pond? In June 1992, a local farmer named Wu Anai, fed up with the stagnant puddles that dotted his town, decided to drain one with a water pump. He hoped to find a few meters of mud, maybe some rocks, maybe fish bones at the bottom. Instead, he found a staircase. As the murky water slowly receded, what emerged from the depths was not a natural depression or shallow hole, but a meticulously carved chamber with smooth walls, symmetrical patterns, and support columns, all perfectly preserved. The villagers, astonished, began draining the other ponds. Another cave was revealed each time. When 24 caves were discovered, it became clear that these were not quarries, storage pits, or natural formations. These were monuments built by man with precision, scale, and purpose, by a people whose identity and intentions remain unknown. Let that sink in. Dozens of huge underground structures built thousands of years ago, but not documented in any known record of Chinese history. Each cave has an average height of about 30 m, a length of 30 m, and a width of 20 m, with ceilings that rise far above the heads of visitors. The walls are uniformly smooth, with parallel lines engraved in long strokes, as if to convey an artistic signature or fulfill a function that we still do not understand. Some of the lines curve in unison around corners and along ceilings, suggesting that they were deliberately created and not by erosion or randomness. Even more surprising is that no tools, writings, artifacts, bones, or remains of any kind have ever been found inside. Not a single chisel, not a single relic. It is as if the builders had excavated these caves and then disappeared without a trace of their existence. To this day, no one knows when the caves were built. Carbon dating is impossible in sandstone, and since they are not mentioned in the more than 2,000 years of Chinese historical records, the chronology remains open to speculation. Some estimates suggest that they may be more than 2,000 years old, possibly built during the Qin or early Han dynasties. But how is it possible that such an enormous feat of engineering, which involved the extraction of more than 1 million cubic meters of rock, has not been recorded in the most meticulously documented civilization on Earth? This is not simply an abandoned ancient quarry. These caverns were deliberately excavated to form large rooms with support pillars, ceilings, and right-angled corners. The architectural style is eerily uniform throughout the caves, as if guided by a master plan or single culture with advanced knowledge of structural integrity, acoustics, and geometry. To put its scale into perspective, building a single U-shaped cave using only hand tools would be a Herculean effort. Multiply it by 24, and you are faced with an engineering project that rivals the Great Pyramids, but remains buried in anonymity. The engineers who have studied the caves remain perplexed. The precision of the carvings, the uniformity of the striations on the walls, and the absence of collapses after thousands of years suggest extraordinary knowledge of material science. Without the use of modern tools or scaffolding, the ancients somehow managed to maintain perfect angles, seamless transitions, and enormous stretches of ceiling that have withstood centuries of seismic activity. But why? What were the Longyu Caves for? This is where theories begin to diverge. Some suggest the caves were granaries used to store grains and food during famine or war. But the problem with this theory is the lack of ventilation, drainage systems, or testing of storage containers, characteristics that one would expect in a functional and practical installation. Others believe the caves were ceremonial spaces, temples, or underground sanctuaries. This agrees with the artistic carvings and enormous work invested in their creation. But, again, the absence of iconography, altars, or relics cast doubt. A more radical hypothesis suggests the caves were intended to withstand something, perhaps a cataclysm. Could they have been shelters built in anticipation of disaster? If so, what disaster were they expecting? And why is there no record of it anywhere? It has also been suggested that the caves were capsules with messages, monuments for future generations containing mathematical or symbolic patterns carved into the architecture. Researchers have observed that parallel marks on the walls might not be decorative, but encoded information. Are we simply too primitive to decipher them? Even more fantastic are theories about extraterrestrial intervention. That the Longyu Caves were built with knowledge transmitted by advanced beings, or even by ancient humans who once reached a higher technological level, now lost. The idea may seem far-fetched, but it is no more implausible than the absolute anonymity of the caves in Chinese history. After all, Chinese dynastic records are among the most detailed on Earth. They record omens, harvests, floods, and celestial events with meticulous detail. And yet, there is no mention of this monumental underground project. There are no decrees from emperors, no poems, no transmitted legends. It is as if the Longyu Caves have been erased, not merely forgotten. Today, the caves are open to public. Visitors descend a few stone steps and enter a cool silence, surrounded by walls that resonate with forgotten language. The air is charged with mystery. You can touch the grooves in the stone, trace the ancient lines, and feel, even faintly, the weight of something timeless. But, despite our fascination, we are left with more questions than answers. Who carved them? Why were they built in secret? What knowledge has been buried? And why were they never meant to be found? When you walk through the halls of Longyu, you are not walking through history. You are walking through a message in stone, one that refuses translation, but whispers from the silence, challenging you to listen. In the arid and windswept lands of ancient Mesopotamia, between the mighty Tigris and Euphrates rivers, human civilization began writing its own history. The Sumerians, often credited with developing one of the first writing systems, left clay tablets engraved with an irregular script, simple wedge-shaped marks that would serve to record everything from grain deliveries to myths of the gods. But among their numerous texts, there is one so strange, anachronistic, and perplexing that it not only blurs the lines between history and legend, but breaks them. This is the Sumerian King List, a 4,000-year-old document that reads like an ancient chronicle of kings and impossibilities. Carved in stone and stamped in clay in multiple copies found throughout the region, especially in the Weld-Blundell Prism, now preserved in the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford. The list of kings is a detailed account of the rulers who led the Sumerian city-states for thousands of years. But this is not just a dry record of leadership, since, according to this list, the first kings ruled for tens of thousands of years. Yes, you read that right. The Sumerian king list begins with a surprising statement. After royalty descended from the sky, royalty was in Eridu. What follows is a list of kings whose reigns defy imagination and all logic. The first king, Alulim of Eridu, is said to have ruled for 28,800 years. His successor ruled for 36,000. Another, Inmenu Anna of Bad Tibera, for 43,200 years. In total, The first 8 kings listed on the tablet ruled for 241,200 years. Then, an abrupt transition occurs. Then came the flood. And after it, the list changes drastically. Suddenly, the kings reign for more normal periods, hundreds of years instead of decades. Cities rise and fall. Dynasties come and go. It begins to resemble a conventional historical timeline, even coinciding with archaeological evidence of certain kings, such as Gilgamesh, who also appears in the epic that bears his name. But the mystery remains. Why does this ancient document claim that human kings reigned for tens of thousands of years before a great flood? Is it mythology, political propaganda, or a forgotten truth softened by modern understanding? To understand the full weight of this question, we must delve into the context of that time. The Sumerians believed that royalty was a divine right, something transmitted from the heavens, not earned by mortals. When a list of kings says that royalty descended from the sky, it may not be a poetic metaphor, but a literal affirmation of the belief that the rulers of antiquity were not completely human, but perhaps semi-divine or chosen by gods. This idea is not unique to Sumer. Cultures around the world echo similar themes. Ancient rulers with divine lives, golden ages of peace and order, and a catastrophic flood that cleanses the earth. Does that sound familiar? It is a reflection of the biblical story of Genesis, where the patriarchs lived for centuries, Methuselah for 969 years, and Noah for 950. It echoes the accounts of Hindu cosmology, where the kings of the Satya Yuga lived for tens of thousands of years. Even Plato's description of Atlantis refers to a lost civilization under the waves. But while myths are fluid and metaphorical, the Sumerian list of kings is structured as a formal document. It lists exact names of cities, successions, and durations. It is partly an accounting book, partly a sacred writing, and, unlike poetic myths, insists on specificity. Scholars have debated its meaning for decades. Some argue that exaggerated reigns are symbolic and intended to convey the importance or divinity of those early rulers. Others believe that the numbers may be corrupted by a misunderstood numerical system. The Sumerians used a sexagesimal system of base 60 that could have contributed to errors or misinterpretations over time. But what if it was not a mistake? What if these durations were literal? And if so, what kind of beings could live for 30,000 years? Were these divine kings mythic human beings? Were they metaphors for entire dynasties condensed into unique names? Or were they something completely different, entities prior to our understanding of civilization? Another intriguing aspect is the phrase, "the flood swept away." Many scholars see this as a reference to a real event, possibly a catastrophic flood around 2900 BC, of which there is some archaeological evidence. Clay deposits found in layers in cities such as Shuruppak and Kish suggest a sudden and massive flood, consistent with a regional flood. Could this flood have marked the end of an era, sweeping away not only civilizations, but also the memory of what came before? Was the world before the flood governed by systems and beings now lost to time, remembered only in cryptic records like this? The structure of the list of kings adds another layer of complexity. It does not only list the Sumerian kings. It includes the Adian, Gutian, and even Elamite rulers in later sections, suggesting an effort to unify rival stories into a cohesive narrative. It was copied and preserved over the centuries, and scribes continued to update it long after its original composition. That persistence raises an important question. Why preserve something so fantastic? Why copy and recompile a document that makes such extraordinary claims unless it had some cultural or esoteric significance? Perhaps the Sumerian list of kings was not just a record. It was a key, a timeline of cycles, ages of men marked by floods, collapses, and rebirths. In this sense, the kings could be seen as archetypes, symbols of cosmic ages or human evolution. Each name and number is not just a person and a reign, but a marker on a timeline much older than we recognize. But then we must ask ourselves, what did the Sumerians know that we have since forgotten? Did they possess remnants of knowledge from a previous civilization, destroyed by natural or divine forces? Did they encode a warning in the list, a clue buried in time, or are we simply projecting meaning onto a document that was intended to be symbolic? One thing is certain. The list of Sumerian kings challenges our linear view of history. It dares to suggest that there was a time before time when the gods walked with kings and floods restarted the world. And perhaps that time is not as mythical as we believe. As the sands of Iraq continue to reveal tablets and inscriptions, and our technologies discover deeper layers of history, the list of kings remains a sentinel of a forgotten world, a silent testimony to an era that should never have been remembered but somehow survived. You can contemplate its symbols, run your fingers over the baked clay, and wonder, are we reading history, myths, or a message from a civilization that understood the rise and fall of worlds in a way we are only beginning to rediscover? As the last light fades behind the horizon of the Appalachians and the forests of the heart of Estados Unidos are immersed in stillness, a silent echo rises from beneath the ground, an echo not from modern America, but from a much older and perhaps stranger past. Long before Columbus set foot on a foreign coast, before the founding fathers engraved their names in history, this vast continent was home to now-forgotten civilizations. And scattered across its rolling hills, winding rivers, and windswept plains are thousands of mysterious mounds of earth, massive structures built with precision by ancient hands. But what if those hands did not belong to the ancestors we expect? What if under the earth there was hidden evidence of a race of giants? Beings whose size and strength seem to defy logic, and whose mere existence calls into question the history we have been taught. For centuries, reports of large skeletal remains found throughout North America have emerged like ghostly waves of a submerged truth. From dusty frontier newspapers of the 19th century to the first records of the Smithsonian and forgotten letters, rumors about skeletons of 210, 240, and even 3 meters tall unearthed from burial mounds have captivated the imagination and altered the status quo. Everything begins discreetly in places like Ohio, West Virginia, Wisconsin, and Tennessee, where the terrain is dotted with ancient mounds, thousands of them, some with complex geometric shapes, others forming serpentine effigies visible only from the sky. The first European settlers, unaware of such constructions, assumed they were natural. But when farmers began to plow the land and amateur antiquarians dug in the mounds, they discovered something totally unexpected. Bones. Enormous bones. In 1833, a report from Lampak Rancho, California, described the discovery of an 11-meter skeleton buried with stone tools and shell beads. In 1856, the Ohio State Journal published an article about the excavation of a mound near Chillicothe that contained skeletons more than 25 meters tall. In 1897, the New York Times published a story describing giant human remains found in the Allegheny Mountains. These were not marginal reports. These accounts came from newspapers, military personnel, and even field agents of the Smithsonian. So what happened? Where did those bones go? Some researchers claim that the Smithsonian, during the 19th and early 20th centuries, systematically collected and hid these remains, whether intentionally or due to institutional bias. According to a persistent theory, the bones that did not fit into the prevailing Darwinian model of gradual evolution were reclassified, stored, or secretly discarded. The Smithsonian itself has always denied such actions, insisting that there is no physical evidence of giant skeletons in its archives. However, hundreds of documented accounts persist, some from respected scientists and government studies detailing large femurs, skulls with 2 rows of teeth, and burial chambers large enough to house giants. Could these be simple exaggerations, misidentified remains of animals like mastodons? Or are they the faded vestiges of a pre-Columbian population that lived and died before being recorded? Consider the Adena culture, a mound society that thrived in the Ohio Valley around the year 1000 ACC. Many of the mounds associated with giant skeletons were built by the Adena, or at least that is believed. But the anomalies go further. Several remains found in the Adena mounds presented unusual cranial shapes, elongated skulls, and extreme height, characteristics not usually associated with any known Native American population. The oral stories of Native Americans themselves speak of giant beings, a race known for their strength, violence, or wisdom, depending on the tribe. The Putes of Nevada told stories about the Cit, a race of red-haired giants who were driven into caves and exterminated. In fact, in a Lovelock cave, excavated in the early 20th century, giant sandals, oversized tools, and even human remains with hair described as reddish were found, a discovery that strangely echoes the legends. Conventional archaeologists argue that these stories are myths, symbolic accounts of tribal conflicts or natural anomalies. But what if they are echoes of real encounters transmitted and transformed through generations? Then there is the question of cranial anomalies. Some of the alleged giant skulls are said to have had 2 rows of teeth, huge jaws, and unusually thick cranial bones. These are not common characteristics in modern humans. Could these reports be misunderstandings? Perhaps. But when they appear repeatedly over time and in different places, one wonders if a pattern lies just below the surface. The more one investigates, the more curious it becomes. In Indiana, it is reported a cemetery contained more than 800 giant skeletons, so large that several people noted their size with amazement. In Nevada, a cave revealed what was described as a giant skull with a jaw so large it easily fit a man's face. In the hills of the Mississippi Valley, renowned physicians measured and cataloged the remains, writing about men who measured 27 meters tall, chiefs of a forgotten race. And yet, no museum exhibits them. No photograph is preserved. Only words, reports, diaries, and legends. Skeptics often dismiss these stories as fantastic tales born of the 19th century obsession with antiquity. But what if that was precisely the crux of it? What if these stories were once in the public domain before the march of institutional history swept them away? This is where the mystery intensifies, because these giants are not only found in North America. They appear in Peruvian tombs, Siberian cemeteries, and Mesoamerican myths. They appear in the Bible, in accounts of the Nephilim, and in the Sumerian epics of ancient gods and kings of imposing stature. But for now, we will focus on North America, on the silent mounds and forgotten fields where the bones lay exposed to the sun before being hidden, lost, or ignored. In the second part of this chapter, we will delve deeper into the controversial museum archives, the hidden testimonies of the Smithsonian, and the archaeological inconsistencies that continue to haunt those who dare to ask. Were there giants in this land? And if so, where did they go? The Trail of the Giants, which was once marked by the pioneers and whispered in the bonfires, seems to cool with each passing decade. But if one digs a little beyond the surface, not only of the ground, but also of the records, strange clues can still be found. This is not just a story of giant bones and half-forgotten legends. It is a story of missing artifacts, suspicious disappearances, and uncomfortable discoveries that seem to fade as quickly as they appear. At the center of many of these mysteries is an institution, the Smithsonian Institution. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the Smithsonian carried out dozens of mound excavations throughout the American Midwest. The Bureau of Ethnology, working under the auspices of the Smithsonian, documented many of these excavations, some of which included extraordinarily large skeletons. However, today, when asked to provide evidence of these remains, the Smithsonian insists that it has no record of giant skeletons. According to them, the bones were never that big or have been lost over time. But what if they were not lost? What if they hid them? In 2014, a report came to light that unleashed controversy. It stated that a ruling by the Supreme Court had forced the Smithsonian to release classified documents proving that it had deliberately destroyed thousands of giant skeletons in the early 20th century to preserve the official narrative of the history of humanity. The report alleged that several whistleblowers from the organization had presented shocking evidence. Evidence of giant bones sent off-site, destroyed, or buried in remote locations. Data verifiers rushed to debunk the story, calling it a hoax. But the idea persisted. Even if the specific report was fabricated, why do so many authentic ancient accounts describe remains of great size that today are nowhere to be found? Consider the case of Dr. J. F. Snyder, a respected historian from Illinois. In the early 20th century, Snyder wrote about a burial mound in the state that contained skeletons more than 2 meters tall, with unusually large skulls and 2 rows of teeth. The same characteristics described in dozens of other reports. Snyder's credibility was never questioned. However, his findings, like many others, quietly faded into obscurity. In San Diego, California, an excavation of a 19th century tomb supposedly discovered the remains of an individual almost 9 feet tall. Local newspapers published the story, and the remains were briefly exhibited to the public before mysteriously disappearing, never to be seen again. These stories are not isolated. From the Ozarks to the Smoky Mountains, from Pennsylvania to Arizona, the pattern repeats. Large bones are discovered, recorded, or briefly exhibited, and then lost, discredited, or dismissed as myths. Skeptics often argue that the first measurements were erroneous, that enthusiasm, prejudice, or a lack of scientific tools led to overestimating the size. But even admitting that there were errors, the large number of accounts describing human beings significantly larger than the current average raises an inevitable question. Were all those early researchers wrong? Or were they right, and we have chosen not to remember? Legends further complicate this story. The oral traditions of Native Americans systematically describe encounters with giant beings, often portrayed as enemies or demigods. The Choctaw, the Comanches, and the Navajos have tales of giants who once roamed the earth, fought epic battles, and were eventually exterminated by humans or gods. These are not just isolated fables. They are widespread, persistent, and rooted in culture. In the Lovelock Cave of Nevada, the oral history of the Paiute tribe spoke of the etched, a cannibal race of red-haired giants who were led to the cave and killed. When the cave was excavated in the early 20th century, archaeologists found giant sandals, oversized tools, and bone remains much larger than expected. A skull measured more than 30 centimeters in diameter, much larger than the average adult human skull. Were these simply large individuals, an atypical genetic case, or something else entirely? There are also linguistic indications. The name etched translates roughly as tule eaters in the Paiute language, in reference to the fibrous plant that these beings supposedly used to make rafts. But some researchers suggest a deeper symbolic meaning, perhaps hidden by time and translation. They were not just raft builders. They were outsiders, invaders, giants who did not belong in that place. Why would such a specific, recurring motif of red-haired giants exist in different cultures and eras? Modern science knows of no human population with an average height that matches that described in these reports. Some argue that gigantism, a rare hormonal disorder, could explain isolated cases. But that does not explain the mass graves, the entire cemeteries, and the widespread consistency of the reports. Others suggest that the giants might have belonged to a now extinct human subspecies, perhaps an unknown branch that lived alongside Homo sapiens before being eradicated by climate change, disease, or conflict. Undoubtedly, this is a radical idea, but not outside the realm of possibility, especially given the regular discoveries of previously unknown human relatives, such as the Denisovans or Homo naledi, in the last decade. Then there are the biblical stories of the Nephilim mentioned in Genesis as descendants of the sons of God and the daughters of men. These giants, who are said to have lived before the Great Flood, are described as powerful men of antiquity, men of renown. Were they simply myths or confused memories of a long-lost race? The Book of Enoch, which was once removed from the biblical canon, expands on this idea in great detail, describing fallen angels who taught forbidden knowledge and fathered children of unnatural size. According to the text, these children consumed the resources of the earth and brought ruin wherever they went. In the end, The flood was sent to erase them from existence. It is a pattern found not only in Judeo-Christian texts, but also in Sumerian myths, Hindu epics, and Mesoamerican creation stories. If so many disparate cultures speak of giants, could they be echoing a forgotten truth, a truth buried under centuries of silence? Returning to the quiet fields of the American Midwest, to the mounds now covered with grass and thyme, the question persists. What secrets do they still hold? What stories would they tell if we were willing to listen? Not all mysteries are meant to be solved. Some are meant to be remembered fondly in the silence of twilight, when history lets its guard down and dreams begin to float. And perhaps, beneath the silence of the leaves and the layers of earth, the giants still sleep, waiting for the moment when the world is ready to remember them again. As the last light fades behind the Appalachian horizon and the forests of the heart of the United States are immersed in stillness, a silent echo rises from beneath the ground, an echo that does not belong to modern America, but to a much older and stranger past. Long before Columbus set foot on a foreign coast, before the founding fathers engraved their names in history, this vast continent was home to civilizations now forgotten. And scattered across its rolling hills, winding rivers, and windswept plains are thousands of mysterious earth mounds, massive structures built with precision and purpose by ancient hands. But what if those hands did not belong to the ancestors we expect? What if beneath the ground lies evidence of a race of giants, beings whose size and strength seem to defy logic, and whose very existence challenges the history we have been taught? For centuries, reports of large bone remains found throughout North America have emerged like ghostly waves of a submerged truth. From dusty 19th century frontier newspapers to early Smithsonian records and forgotten letters, rumors of 210-meter, 260-meter, and even 3-meter tall skeletons unearthed from burial mounds have captivated the imagination and disrupted the status quo. It all begins discreetly in places like Ohio, West Virginia, Wisconsin, and Tennessee, where the terrain is dotted with ancient mounds, thousands of them, some with complex geometric shapes, others forming serpentine effigies visible only from the sky. The first European settlers, unaware of such constructions, assumed they were natural formations. But when farmers began to plow the land and antiquarians dug into the mounds, they discovered something totally unexpected. Bones. Enormous bones. In 1833, a report from Lampak Rancho, California, described the discovery of an 11-foot skeleton buried with stone tools and shell beads. In 1856, the Ohio State Journal published an article about the excavation of a mound near Chillicothe containing skeletons more than 24 meters tall. In 1897, the New York Times published a story describing giant human remains found in the Allegheny Mountains. This was not marginal news. These accounts came from newspapers, military personnel, and even Smithsonian field agents. So what happened? Where did these bones go? Some researchers claim that during the 19th and early 20th centuries, the Smithsonian systematically collected and concealed these remains, either intentionally or because of institutional biases. According to a persistent theory, bones that did not fit the prevailing Darwinian model of gradual evolution were discreetly reclassified, stored, or discarded. The Smithsonian itself has always denied such actions, insisting that there is no physical evidence of giant skeletons within its archives. And yet, hundreds of documented accounts persist, some from respected scientists and government studies detailing large femurs, skulls with double rows of teeth, and burial chambers large enough to house giants. Could these be simple exaggerations or misidentified remains of animals like mastodons? Or are they the faded vestiges of a pre-Columbian population that lived and died before being recorded? Let us consider the Adena culture a mound-building society that thrived in the Ohio Valley around 1000 AC. Many of the mounds associated with giant skeletons were built by the Adena, or so is believed. But the anomalies go further. Several remains found in the Adena mounds presented unusual cranial shapes, elongated skulls, and extreme height, characteristics not usually associated with any known Native American population. The oral stories of Native Americans themselves speak of giant beings, a race known for their strength, violence, or wisdom depending on the tribe. The Paiutes of Nevada told stories about the Ctch, a race of red-haired giants who were driven into the caves and exterminated. In fact, in a Lovelock cave, excavated in the early 20th century, giant sandals, oversized tools, and even human remains with hair described as reddish were found, a discovery that strangely echoes these legends. Conventional archaeologists argue that these stories are myths, symbolic accounts of tribal conflicts or natural anomalies. But what if they are echoes of real encounters transmitted and reshaped through generations? Then there is the question of cranial anomalies. Some of the alleged giant skulls are said to have had 2 rows of teeth, huge jaws, and unusually thick cranial bones. These are not common characteristics in modern humans. Could these reports be misunderstandings? Perhaps, but when they appear again and again across time and geography, one wonders if there is a pattern just below the surface. The more one investigates, the more curious it becomes. In Indiana, a burial site reportedly contained more than 800 giant skeletons, so large that several people noted their size with amazement. In Nevada, a cave revealed what was described as a giant skull with a jaw so large it easily fit over a man's face. In the hills of the Mississippi Valley, renowned physicians measured and cataloged the remains and wrote about men measuring 27 meters tall, chiefs of a forgotten race. And yet, no museum exhibits them. No photographs are preserved. Only words, reports, diaries, and legends. Skeptics often dismiss these stories as fantastic tales born of the 19th century's obsession with antiquity. But what if that was precisely the crux of the matter? What if these stories were common knowledge before the march of institutional history swept them away? This is where the mystery intensifies, because these giants are not only found in North America. They appear in Peruvian tombs, Siberian cemeteries, and Mesoamerican myths. They appear in the Bible, in the accounts of the Nephilim, and in the Sumerian epics of ancient gods and kings of imposing stature. But, for now, we will focus on North America, on the silent mounds and forgotten fields where the bones lay exposed to the sun before being hidden, lost, or ignored. In the second part of this chapter, we will delve even deeper into the controversial museum archives, the hidden testimonies of the Smithsonian, and the archaeological inconsistencies that continue to haunt those who dare to ask, were there giants in this land? And if so, where did they go? The Trail of the Giants, which was once marked by the pioneers and whispered around the campfires, seems to cool with each passing decade. But if one digs just below the surface, not only of the ground, but also of the records, strange clues can still be found. This is not just a story of giant bones and half-forgotten legends. It is a story of missing artifacts, suspicious disappearances, and strange discoveries that seem to vanish as quickly as they appear. At the center of many mysteries is an institution, the Smithsonian Institution. In the late 19th and early 20th centuries, the Smithsonian carried out dozens of mound excavations throughout the American Midwest. The Bureau of Ethnology, working under the auspices of the Smithsonian, documented many of these excavations, some of which included skeletons of extraordinary size. However, today, when asked to provide evidence of these remains, the Smithsonian insists it has no record of giant skeletons. According to them, the bones were never that big or have been lost over time. But what if they weren't lost? What if they hid them? In 2014, a report came to light that unleashed a great controversy. It claimed that a Supreme Court ruling had forced the Smithsonian to release classified documents proving that, in the early 20th century, it deliberately destroyed thousands of giant skeletons to preserve the official narrative of human history. The report alleged that several whistleblowers from the organization had presented shocking evidence. Evidence of giant bones sent off the premises, destroyed, or buried in remote locations. Data verifiers rushed to debunk the story, calling a hoax. But the idea persisted. Even if the specific report was false, Why do so many authentic ancient accounts describe large remains that today are nowhere to be found? Consider the case of Dr. J. F. Snyder, a respected historian from Illinois. In the early 20th century, Snyder wrote about a burial mound in the state that contained skeletons over 2 meters tall, with unusually large skulls and 2 rows of teeth. The same characteristics described in dozens of other reports. Snyder's credibility was never questioned. However, his findings, like so many others, quietly fell into oblivion. In San Diego, California, the excavation of a 19th-century tomb reportedly uncovered the remains of an individual nearly 27 meters tall. Local newspapers published the news, and the remains were briefly exhibited to the public before mysteriously disappearing, never to be seen again. These stories are not isolated. From the Ozarks to the Smoky Mountains, from Pennsylvania to Arizona, the pattern repeats itself. Large bones are discovered, briefly recorded or exhibited, and then lost, discredited, or dismissed as myths. Skeptics often argue that early measurements were erroneous, that enthusiasm, bias, or lack of scientific tools led to overestimating size. But even admitting that there were errors, the sheer number of accounts describing human beings significantly larger than the current average raises an inevitable question. Were all these early researchers wrong, or were they right about something we have preferred to forget? Legends further complicate the story. The oral traditions of the Native Americans systematically describe encounters with giant beings, often portrayed as enemies or demigods. The Choctaw, the Comanches, and the Navajos have tales of giants who once roamed the earth, fought epic battles, and were eventually exterminated by humans or gods. These are not isolated fables. They are widespread, persistent, and rooted in culture. In the Lovelock Cave in Nevada, the oral history of the Pot tribe speaks of the Sika, a cannibal race of red-haired giants who were led into the cave and murdered. When the cave was excavated in the early 20th century, archaeologists found giant sandals, oversized tools, and skeletal remains much larger than expected. One skull measured more than 30 centimeters in diameter, much larger than the average skull of an adult human. Were these simply large individuals, an atypical genetic case, or something more? There is also linguistic evidence. The name Sitta roughly translates as Tule eaters in the Paiute language, referring to the fibrous plant that these beings supposedly used to make rafts. But some researchers suggest a deeper symbolic meaning, perhaps hidden by time and translation. They were not just raft builders. They were outsiders, invaders, giants who did not belong in that place. Why would such a specific recurring motif of red-haired giants exist in different cultures and eras? Modern science knows of no human population with an average height that matches that described in these reports. Some argue that gigantism, a rare hormonal disorder, could explain isolated cases. But that doesn't explain the mass graves, the entire cemeteries, and the widespread consistency of the reports. Others suggest that the giants may have belonged to a now extinct human subspecies, perhaps an unknown branch that lived alongside Homo sapiens before being eradicated by climate change, disease, or conflict. Without a doubt, it is a radical idea, but not outside the realm of possibility, especially taking into account the regular discoveries of previously unknown human relatives, such as the Denisovans or the Homo naledi, in the last decade. Then there are the biblical stories of the Nephilim mentioned in Genesis as descendants of the sons of God and the daughters of men. These giants, who are said to have lived before the Great Flood, are described as powerful men of old, men of renown. Were they simply myths or confused memories of a long-lost people? The Book of Enoch, which was once removed from the biblical canon, expands on this idea in detail, describing fallen angels who taught forbidden knowledge and fathered children of unnatural size. According to the text, these children consumed Earth's resources and brought ruin wherever they went. In the end, the flood was sent to erase them from the face of Earth. It is a pattern found not only in Judeo-Christian texts, but also in Sumerian myths, Hindu epics, and Mesoamerican creation stories. If so many disparate cultures speak of giants, could they be echoing a forgotten truth, a truth buried under centuries of silence? Returning to the quiet fields of the American Midwest, to the mounds now covered with grass and thyme, the question remains: what secrets do they still keep? What stories would they tell if we were willing to listen? Not all mysteries are meant to be solved. Some are meant to be remembered fondly in the silence of twilight, when history lets its guard down and dreams begin to appear. And perhaps, under the silence of the leaves and the layers of earth, the giants still sleep, waiting for the moment when the world is ready to remember them again. In the wind-swept deserts of southern Mesopotamia, under layers of sand and thyme, lie the remains of one of the oldest civilizations humanity has ever known. Long before Babylon rose to power, before the Sumerian ziggurats pierced the skies, the Ubaid culture flourished. The Ubaid people, dating back to 6,500 BCE, lived in what is now Iraq. They built permanent settlements, practiced a sophisticated irrigation system, cultivated the land, and worshipped gods whose names have fallen into oblivion. Their art, their ceramics, and their temples laid the foundations for the later rise of Sumer, a civilization that gave the world writing, law, and legends. But at the heart of this ancient history lies a mystery so strange, so out of place, that it defies any easy explanation. Figurines, dozens of them sculpted with careful hands in clay and stone. They are humanoid in shape, 2 arms, 2 legs, and a torso, but their faces are not human at all. They have elongated skulls, slanted eyes, and reptilian features. Some have scaly textures engraved on their surface. Others appear to wear helmets or ornate headdresses. But the most striking detail of all is their expression. Calm, serene, even regal. They do not look like monsters. They look like royalty. First discovered in the 1920s at the Ubaid archaeological site, near the city of Ur, these lizard-like figurines were found buried in temples, houses, and community structures. Some were sitting, as if presiding over councils. Others held objects in their hands, staffs, babies, or ritual tools. One of the most controversial examples depicts a reptilian woman breastfeeding a baby, both with the same serpentine features. Another figurine appears to wear something like a crown or helmet with ornate motifs surrounding its head. The archaeologists, who at first did not know how to interpret them, simply classified the statues as ceremonial objects. But even that label implies an admission. They were not toys. They were not dolls or ornaments. They meant something to the people of Ubaid, something sacred. However, there are no written records from the Ubaid period that explain what these figures represented. No myth, no text, no oral story has come down to us to clarify their meaning. Their silence is deafening. And so, in the void left by history, various theories have emerged. Some researchers suggest that the figurines are symbolic representations of deities or nature spirits, possibly associated with water or fertility. After all, reptiles were very common in the Mesopotamian landscape. Snakes, lizards, and crocodiles were feared and revered. Others suggest that the figurines could reflect rituals or disguise priests. Perhaps the lizard faces were masks that were used during rituals immortalized in sculptures as a kind of religious souvenir. But some interpretations stray even further from the mainstream. According to ancient astronaut theorists, the Ubaid figurines may not be symbolic at all. They could be literal representations of beings who walked among the Ubaid people, entities with reptilian features, possibly extraterrestrial or interdimensional, who guided or governed early human settlements. These beings, in this interpretation, were the first gods. Not mythical, but real, powerful, present. It is a theory that many dismiss, but finds a surprising echo in other ancient cultures. The majority of scholars resist these interpretations and urge caution. They argue that ancient cultures employed animal symbolism to transmit traits: strength, wisdom, danger, and fertility. Reptilian features may simply be metaphorical. There is no need, they say, to invoke alien beings or lost histories. And yet, Why lizards? Why create so many variations of these figures with such precise, deliberate craftsmanship? Why place them inside temples in ritual contexts, among offerings and ceremonial objects? If they were just symbols, what do they symbolize? And why so consistently, so intentionally, over several centuries? As you delve into this story, imagine desert winds brushing against the ruins of Alabade. Imagine archaeologists dusting off a face that is not human, but calm, silent, reptilian. A face that watched over an ancient, now forgotten, world. A face that raises more questions than it answers. And somewhere deep in the earth, under forgotten layers of time, perhaps there are more figurines waiting to be found, to whisper their secrets to those who are willing to listen to them. There is something deeply disturbing about symbols that persist, immutable, unwanted, inexplicable, over time. As the soft torchlight danced on the clay walls of the Ubaid temples, those reptilian faces looked outward, silent observers of rituals we no longer understand. But the mystery of the Ubaid lizard figurines does not end with their discovery alone. In fact, some believe it only begins there. The deeper question is not only what these figures represent, but why they seem to resonate across so many civilizations, separated by oceans, eras, and empires. Why is this same reptilian archetype repeated, slipping into mythology, religion, and conspiracy again? In the modern era, the concept of reptilian entities has taken on a completely new life. It is no longer limited to dusty museums or footnotes in archaeology books. Instead, it has emerged in the realm of fringe science, esoteric philosophy, and even political conspiracies. Some claim that the ancient Ubaid figurines are proof of a continuous presence, beginning thousands of years ago and continuing silently today. They suggest that these beings or their memory have been intentionally buried because we were never meant to remember them. According to this vision, the Ubaid lizard men were not deities or metaphors, but rulers of flesh and blood, beings of great intelligence, advanced knowledge, and enormous influence. They did not walk among humans as monsters, but as supervisors, guides, perhaps even creators. It is disturbing to think that these statues are not mere works of religious art, but a fossilized record of an ancient contact, an era when humanity was not alone, but in the presence of something else. But even if we move away from the extremes, the symbolism of the lizard men remains deeply significant. In psychology, the image of the reptile, a cold, calculating, primitive being, is often associated with the reptilian brain, the oldest part of our mind responsible for survival, aggression, and instinct. Could the reptilian beings of Ubaid art reflect an inner struggle, a cultural struggle with the hidden parts of the self? Or was it something more literal? What if the Ubaid culture was not alone in seeing them? In pre-Columbian Mesoamerica, the Olmecs carved statues of hybrid beings with almond-shaped eyes and elongated skulls. In China, the first dragon deities were said to have descended from the stars, carrying wisdom and power. Aboriginal stories from Australia tell of dreamtime snakes that created the world before slithering underground. Could all these traditions, so far apart, be describing the same archetype? Or could they be fragments of a shared memory, like broken pieces of a vase that once was whole? And then there is the disturbing question that no one dares to ask aloud. What if they are still here? Not in the literal sense, lurking behind the curtains of power, but in a more metaphysical sense. What if the presence of the lizard men reflects something eternal, embedded deep in our collective memory? Something that once walked the earth and left such a deep mark that it resonates through time in our myths, religions, and fears. The Ubaid figurines are not great monuments. They are small, silent, unpretentious. However, they have survived over 7,000 years without being touched by conquerors, floods, or fires. Perhaps they endure because they were never meant to be understood, only to be remembered. And now, in the darkness of night, as you lie still under the stars, you may wonder, why did the Ube sculpt them precisely like that? Why those faces? Why those eyes? And what did the Yuba people see that led them to carve so many? In the vast and chaotic landscapes bathed in sunlight and the canyons of the American Southwest, silence prevails. The wind whips the sandstone cliffs. The earth smells of dust and time. And scattered across this lonely terrain are the remains of a people who built cities of stone and then disappeared. The ancestral Puebloans, formerly known as the Anastasi, were one of the most sophisticated pre-Columbian cultures in North America. From approximately the year 100 A.D.C. until 300 A.D.C., they flourished in the Four Corners region, where Colorado, Utah, Arizona, and New Mexico meet today. Their society built complex multi-story stone dwellings, elaborate road systems, astronomical observatories, and underground ceremonial chambers known as kivas. But then, suddenly and without warning, they disappeared. This is not the story of a forgotten tribe. This is the story of a civilization. Engineers, astronomers, and spiritualists who left behind huge cities like Chaco Canyon and Mesa Verde to abandon them en masse. What remains are the ruins of an advanced culture and a deep mystery buried under centuries of sand and silence. In Chaco Canyon, where the red rock walls rise like cathedrals, the Puebloans built large houses, some with more than 600 rooms aligned with astonishing precision with the solar and lunar cycles. They were not simple shelters. They were architectural statements, celestial clocks, community centers of something bigger. The roads they dug, straight, wide, sometimes more than 30 meters wide, crossed rugged, inflexible landscapes, almost defiant. Without beasts of burden, without wheels, only human hands driven by purpose. But what purpose? And what could have made a people with such deep roots simply leave? One theory points to climate change. The droughts that plagued the Southwest in the late 13th century may have made agriculture unsustainable. The harvests were lost. The water sources were depleted. Perhaps, when it stopped raining and the earth cracked under their feet, the Puebloans had no choice but to leave. However, this answer seems too simple, too convenient, because what archaeologists find in the last layers of these abandoned cities tells a darker story. There are signs of violence, burn marks on the walls, skeletons with crushed skulls, remains thrown into kivas, as if even the sacred spaces had become battlefields. It is as if something had fallen apart, not only environmentally, but also socially and spiritually. Did they flee a war? Did internal struggles tear their communities apart? Or was there something else, something that has not been told? Some oral stories from modern Pueblo peoples, descendants of the ancestral Puebloans, point to a spiritual retreat. That the people did not leave in a panic, but in fulfillment of a prophecy that said that their time in those places had come to an end. But others believe in more esoteric explanations. There are rumors, silent and disturbing whispers about stellar beings, spirits of the sky, and visitors from beyond. In petroglyphs throughout the region, carved into stone walls under the desert sky, there are curious figures with elongated heads, large round eyes, and antenna-shaped ornaments. Many researchers say that these are symbolic representations of shamans or gods. Others, however, suggest that they represent something more literal. Could the ancestral Puebloans have had contact with an unknown presence, one that guided their society and then left? Others do not look to the stars, but to the interior of the earth. There are theories that speak of underground cities, hidden worlds beneath the surface, that the kivas, with their circular shapes and small openings, not only mimic ceremonial architecture, but are portals, gateways to the underworld. In Pueblo cosmology, the underworld is not an evil place, but the origin of life. Could it be that these were not only symbolic entrances, but real ones? Did the ancestors of the Pueblos disappear underground? It may seem fantastic, but think about it. Their disappearance did not occur in a single city or region. It was widespread. Sites from Utah to New Mexico were abandoned more or less at the same time. If it were a war or drought, wouldn't some communities have resisted longer? Instead, it is as if a unanimous decision was made. An exodus, a retreat, and they left many things behind. Half-finished constructions, tools still in place, walls still standing. The kind of things that people abandon only when they think they are going to return, or when returning is no longer part of their plans. Centuries later, their descendants, the Hopi, the Zuni, and the Pueblo of the Rio Grande, continue talking about the migration of ancestors who came from places now buried in time. But they don't call it disappearance. They call it a journey. Perhaps the mystery of the Puebloan ancestors does not lie in where they went, but in what they knew about the stars, the earth, the balance of nature, and about when it is time to build and when it is time to leave. So tonight, as you rest under the quiet murmur of the cosmos, imagine them walking silently, one by one, toward the twilight of the desert. Not fleeing, nor running, but entering into something that we no longer understand. And behind them, the winds rose and buried the mystery under stone and time. Off the southern coast of Japan, where the Pacific Ocean turns a cobalt blue and the currents swirl like restless spirits, lies a small island called Yanaguni. It is the westernmost inhabited island of Japan. Remote, windswept, and practically forgotten by time. But just below the waves, no more than 25 meters below the surface, divers have found something that defies everything we thought we knew about history. It is called the Yanaguni Monument, a huge submerged structure of layered rock terraces, wide steps, right-angled corridors, flat platforms, and what appear to be stairs rising from the seabed. The formation is more than 50 meters long and more than 20 meters wide, with sharp lines and geometric angles that appear to have been shaped by deliberate hands. For some, it is simply a natural formation, a marvel of geology shaped by millennia of ocean currents and tectonic movements. But for others, it is the Atlantis of the East, an ancient, forgotten city swallowed by the sea, a monument that should never have been found, at least not in our era. And the truth lies hidden in the silence under the waves. It was in 1986 when a local diver and tour operator named Kahatro Aratake stumbled upon the site. He had been looking for hammerhead sharks in the area. Yanaguni is known for its shark banks during the winter months, but instead he found a seabed sloping towards something totally unexpected. A series of megalithic-looking formations protruding from the sand and layered steps and walls, which looked disturbingly artificial. The news spread quickly. Soon, Professor Masaki Kimura, a Japanese marine geologist, began studying the site. After years of diving, mapping, and exploration, he concluded that the structure was not natural at all. According to Kimura, it was probably sculpted by human hands more than 10,000 years ago, long before the pyramids of Egypt, possibly even before the end of the last ice age. If true, this would make the Yanaguni Monument the oldest known man-made structure on Earth. But herein lies the controversy. Conventional archaeologists and geologists argue that such a date is impossible, that no known culture at that time had the capacity or social organization to carve stone on that scale. They insist that the monument is nothing more than a chance formation of sandstone sculpted by oceanic erosion and seismic activity. And yet, the details raise questions. The so-called monument features huge horizontal terraces with vertical drops so steep and uniform that they appear chiseled. There's what appears to be a trapezoidal platform, a wide plaza, a possible staircase, and a triangular opening that some believe leads to an interior chamber. Even stranger, divers have found what could be engravings or symbolic markings on the rock walls, although centuries under salt water have faded and eroded them. Professor Kimura has even pointed out road-like structures, which could be stone tools, and surrounding elements that resemble shrines, altars, or even a colosseum. His theory is that the site may have been part of a vast city that included above-sea buildings, statues, and ceremonial spaces, all submerged when sea levels rose after the last ice age, between 10,000 and 12,000 years ago. But if such a city existed, who built it? There are no records or artifacts that could be reliably dated to that time in the region. No civilization is known in East Asia prior to 5000 BC, with the architectural or social sophistication to attempt such a construction, which leads some to propose an extraordinary theory that Yanaguni is a vestige of a lost civilization prior to our current knowledge of history. A civilization that may have been destroyed by global cataclysms that ended the Ice Age, like floods or earthquakes or even a meteorite impact. A civilization buried not only underwater, but also by time. Others go even further. They claim that the Yanaguni Monument is connected to the global network of ancient megaliths, like Stonehenge, the pyramids, or Göbekli Tepe. That it is part of an older, global, prehistoric culture with astronomical knowledge, ocean navigation, and spiritual depth far beyond what we imagined. Some have even made connections with the lost continent of Mu, a mythical, submerged land said to have existed in the Pacific and home to a spiritually advanced race. In this version of history, Yanani is one of the last fragments of the once powerful presence of Mu. Of course, these ideas are dismissed by many in academic circles. There is no direct evidence to support any of them. No datable artifacts have been recovered from the site, nor ancient texts or bones, only stone, sea, and mystery. And yet, the feeling remains. Those who have dived among the monuments speak of a disturbing silence, of a presence, as if the sea itself held a secret and whispered its ancient truth only to those who choose to listen. One cannot help but wonder if it really is a city swallowed by sea. What else could be hidden under rising oceans? What other truths about humanity's distant past lie submerged, waiting to be rediscovered, or perhaps never destined for discovery? As you drift deeper into sleep tonight, imagine yourself floating in warm, crystal-clear waters, slowly descending towards huge steps carved into forgotten stone. The light filters through in shades of green and gold. The shadows grow longer, and you, for a brief instant, feel that you have not arrived at a place, but at a memory, one that is not yours, but that the earth itself keeps inside. And there, under the waves, the past still lives. Silent, ancient, and eternal. High on the desolate plateaus of southern Peru, where the wind whispers through endless plains of dry, rusty earth, lies one of the most mysterious works of art on the face of the earth. It is a place where time stands still, where the earth seems to breathe with an ancestral intention, and where humanity left, thousands of years ago, a message that no one has fully deciphered. Here, carved into the arid crust of the Nazca Desert, are hundreds of gigantic geoglyphs, enormous drawings of animals, plants, and geometric shapes so immense that they can only be seen in their entirety from the sky. They extend over more than 190 square miles, engraved in the earth with incredible precision, as if they were destined for the eyes of something not subject to earth. They are known as the Nazca Lines, and for more than a century, they have baffled explorers, archaeologists, and dreamers. The Nazca Lines first came to attention in the late 1920s, when commercial planes flying over the region noticed something strange etched in the desert floor. Enormous figures that seemed drawn by giants. From above, one could clearly distinguish the shape of a hummingbird, a monkey, a spider, a condor, and dozens of other creatures, some as long as a soccer field. But the people who made these figures lived long before there were planes, roads, or maps. The creation of these geoglyphs is attributed to the Nazca civilization, which thrived between 200 C and 600 AD. However, the method and purpose behind their construction remains a mystery. How could a culture without aerial capacity draw such perfectly scaled figures that can only be understood from such heights? To create the lines, the Nazca people removed the reddish-brown pebbles coated with iron oxide that cover the desert's surface, revealing the lighter-colored sand underneath. In this extremely dry environment, one of the most arid on Earth, the lines have been remarkably well preserved for over a millennium. Some of these designs are relatively simple, straight lines that extend several kilometers, or huge spirals and trapezoids. Others are surprisingly intricate, such as the spider with its impossibly long legs, the elegant curve of the hummingbird's beak, and the monkey's sinuous tail. One figure, often referred to as the astronaut, shows a humanoid shape with large circular eyes and hands raised as if greeting the sky. Why would an ancient culture dedicate so much time and effort to something that could not be fully appreciated from ground level? That is the question that has obsessed generations of researchers. The most accepted theories suggest that the lines were ceremonial paths or ritual sites. Some believe they were used for astronomical alignments, helping the Nazca mark the solstices and follow the movements of stars. Others think that they were offerings to sky deities, gods of rain, the sun, or the wind, imploring them to bless the arid desert with fertility. But these theories present some problems. On the one hand, the lines do not align coherently with any celestial events. Although some figures may point toward the solstices, most do not. And although the idea of ritual paths is attractive, there is little evidence that the Nazca used them systematically for that purpose. Then there is the question of scale. How could they draw such enormous, precise figures without an aerial view? The tools found at nearby sites, wooden stakes and ropes, could have helped them measure the proportions from the ground. But even so, the process would have required extraordinary planning and coordination, as well as geometric knowledge far superior to what one would expect from a pre-Inca culture without written language. And so, the mysteries deepen. Throughout the decades, the Nazca lines have given rise to a constellation of theories, some well-founded, others more speculative. Could they have been ancient landing strips, as the Swiss author Erich von Däniken once claimed? Were they messages for extraterrestrial beings? Navigation markers for unknown aerial visitors? Or perhaps they were part of something much older, a system of forgotten knowledge transmitted by a civilization lost to history. Something much older than the Nazca themselves, discovered, reused, and preserved over generations. As you immerse yourself in the rest, imagine walking through that vast desert. The wind is dry and calm. The silence envelopes you. You cannot see the lines that surround you. They are too immense. But far above, from the perspective of the stars, the earth tells a story, one that you are too close to read. A language carved into the earth. A message whispered in time. A message that perhaps should never have been found. When dawn breaks over the Peruvian desert and golden light spills over the ancient plains, the Nazca lines seem to shine slightly, as if briefly awakening from centuries of silence. Their silent resistance raises deeper questions, not only about how they were made, but also why they were created. Because the mystery of the Nazca lines is not limited to some gigantic drawings in sand. It is about the intention, the purpose, a glimpse into the minds of a civilization that might have been trying to communicate with something or someone far beyond their immediate world. Let's go back to the strange figure that is often referred to as the astronaut. Perched on the side of a hill, instead of on the flat plain like the others, it does not resemble any known animal. It is humanoid. Round eyes, outstretched arms. It looks nothing like spiders or monkeys. It seems out of place, as if it belonged to another message from another time. Skeptics dismiss the figure as a misinterpretation, perhaps just a stylized man. But those who look deeper perceive a deliberate strangeness, something different in its form and location. An observer, perhaps, destined to look at the sky instead of from it. In fact, some researchers argue that the lines were meant to be walked, not seen. The paths, they say, were rituals. Pilgrims could have walked the lines in meditative silence, forming connections with their gods on high. But this theory also falters under close examination. Some of the figures are so complex, with delicate spirals and fine lines, that walking them would have erased them. Others are inaccessible, drawn on sloping, fragile terrain. Could there be forgotten knowledge hidden in the geometry? In recent years, researchers have used satellite images, LiDAR scanners, and photographs taken with drones to discover even more hidden figures in the terrain, some never before documented. These new geoglyphs challenge existing hypotheses about the artistic scope of the Nazca and point to an evolving cultural language engraved in earth over generations. But even more chilling is the idea that some of the figures may predate the Nazca. You see, near Palpa, not far from Nazca, geoglyphs have been found that differ in style and shape. Some archaeologists believe that they belong to a different culture, the Paracas people, who thrived in the region even before. Their burial places, the strange deformations of the skulls, and the textile art suggest a deeply spiritual culture with advanced rituals and, possibly, its own symbolic traditions of construction with earth. What if the Nazca lines were part of a continuum, a sacred heritage transmitted from one culture to another, a message neither started nor finished by a single people? What if they were the fragmented language of an unknown ancient civilization? The theories abound. One of the most persistent comes from alternative archaeology. The idea is that the Nazca lines are aligned with energy networks, ancient ley lines that cross the globe. According to this hypothesis, the lines function as acupuncture needles for the Earth, balancing invisible energetic forces. It sounds fantastic, and perhaps it is, but it reflects something essential. That humanity has always suspected that the Earth has power, that geometry, symbols, and sacred geography could be used to connect with the divine or with the cosmos. And then there are the landing strips. Some of the longest and widest lines seem strangely modern. They are flat, wide roads that seem to have no symbolic meaning. They look like landing strips, built not with artistic intention, but for functional purposes. Von Daniken, whose theories about ancient astronauts continue to provoke debate, proposed the hypothesis that these were real landing strips for flying machines. He even suggested that the Nazca people had witnessed the arrival of these visitors and had tried to recreate their ships or signal their return. Of course, the theory is controversial. There is no conclusive evidence of technology or flights in ancient Peru, but that has not prevented the idea from captivating the public imagination. Because when we are faced with the impossible, with hundreds of gigantic works of art visible only from the air, created by people who could not fly, it is natural to wonder if something is missing from the historical records. Today, the Nazca lines are protected as a World Heritage Site by UNESCO. However, there are threats looming over them. Tourism, urban expansion, and even reckless intrusions have damaged sections of the geoglyphs. In 2018, a truck crossed part of the site, leaving deep tire tracks on the ancient designs. The desert, which has preserved these lines for more than 1,000 years, may have difficulty protecting them for another 100. And so they wait. The hummingbird, the spider, the monkey, the astronaut, each engraved in the desert as a memory that refuses to fade. And while experts debate their meaning and machines scan the earth from above, the true message remains elusive. Perhaps it was never meant to be deciphered by us. Perhaps the Nazca lines are not just drawings, but prayers sent to the sky in the hope that someone, somewhere, someday will look down and understand them. So, when you close your eyes tonight and immerse yourself in sleep, imagine being high in the desert, with the cool night air sweeping the plain. Below you, a silent language of lines and figures awaits, waiting for someone who does not see them, but feels them, listens to them, remembers them. An enigma written on the skin of the earth, a secret that should never have been discovered. Deep in the jungles and river valleys of southern Costa Rica, scattered among banana plantations, wooded hillsides, and ancient settlements, lie hundreds of almost perfect stone spheres. Some rest proudly today in city squares, placed with reverence. Others are found alone in silent groves, covered in moss and worn by time, with their round surfaces kissed by centuries of rain and sun. Their size varies. Some are so small that they fit in the arms. Others are huge and weigh up to 15 tons. But they all share a disturbing characteristic, an unnatural perfection, a spherical symmetry so precise that modern archaeologists still marvel at how it could have been achieved by a pre-industrial society. They're the D's spheres, named after the ancient culture that once flourished here. The disc disappeared mysteriously long before the Spanish set foot in Central America. And, like many ancient wonders, these spheres raise more questions than answers. Were they symbols of power, sacred symbols, celestial tools, or the remains of a forgotten science? The most intriguing thing is that we still don't know. The story begins in the 1930s, not with scholars, but with excavators. As the United Fruit Company expanded its banana plantations in the Delta region of Costa Rica, workers came across some strange, huge stones buried just below the jungle floor. Curious and perhaps a little superstitious, some workers pushed the spheres with heavy machinery, or in some cases, blew them up with dynamite, hoping to find gold inside. There was nothing, just solid, smooth stone. The news spread quickly, as did the legends. Locals said the spheres were the tears of gods. Others believed they were navigation beacons for ancient travelers or even gifts from celestial beings. A popular legend even claimed that if one stood on a certain sphere at midnight during the solstice, it would point towards a hidden city. Of course, none of these stories could be verified, but they hinted at something more, an ancient reverence for these mysterious objects. When archaeologists began to investigate, they found over 300 spheres throughout the region. Their locations were not random. Some were arranged in lines. Others formed triangles or rectangles. Some even marked burial sites or were found near mounds and squares believed to be ceremonial grounds. But perhaps the most disconcerting aspect of the spheres is their construction. They were carved from granodiorite, a dense volcanic rock that would have required immense effort to extract, transport, and shape, especially without metal tools. No granodiorite quarries are known near many sphere sites, meaning the stones had to be transported long distances through dense forests and rugged terrain. And yet, some spheres have millimeter precision. How? With what tools? With what measures? Modern stone sculptors recognize the difficulty of achieving such precision even today, especially without laser-guided technology or industrial polishing equipment. But the D's people left no written records, plans, or detailed descriptions of how or why these objects were created. They simply left them behind as silent oracles in waiting. Some scholars suggest that the spheres had an astronomical function, perhaps aligned with the sun, the moon, or the stars. Some of the surviving arrangements appear to point to solar events, such as equinoxes and solstices. Others believe they were status symbols placed outside the homes or burial sites of elite members of society. According to this theory, the larger the sphere, the greater the power or spiritual importance of the person or family it represented. However, these explanations remain speculative, as many spheres have been moved from their original locations. Some are moved to new cities and squares for decorative purposes. Others were taken to museums or even private gardens. Their sacred alignments, if they ever existed, were broken long ago, lost to the passage of time and colonization. One theory posits that the spheres were intended to represent planetary bodies, functioning as a celestial model of the solar system, anchored to the Earth but pointing to the sky. But there is no conclusive evidence of this. There are no inscriptions, no maps, no oral traditions that have survived from the D's, only stone, silent and perfect. And then there are the esoteric theories. Writers and fringe theorists have claimed that the spheres are Atlantean artifacts, remnants of a lost global civilization that spread knowledge throughout the world. Others believe they are geomantic devices used to balance the energies of the Earth, similar to how some interpret the function of megaliths, such as Stonehenge or the pyramids. And then, of course, there are the extraterrestrial theories. What if the spheres were built with the help of beings from other worlds? What if their function was not spiritual, but technological? A network of transmitters or celestial messages encoded in stone. These ideas, speculative as they may be, all stem from a common human impulse. We feel that something important was lost here. We feel in our guts that the D's culture left behind something profound, not just a relic, but an enigma, one that may have meant everything to them, and that now means nothing to us because we no longer know how to read the language of the past. And perhaps that is the true tragedy of the stone spheres. It is not that they are unknown, but that they were meant to be known, that their perfection was an invitation, that we were always supposed to understand them. Today, the spheres of Costa Rica are recognized by UNESCO as a cultural treasure. Some have been restored and protected. Others are still being discovered, hidden under layers of earth and foliage, as if the earth itself had become protective of its ancient sentinels. And as the sun sets over the Costa Rican hills, the spheres cast long, round shadows on the ground. They are patient. They do not whisper their secrets. They simply remain. And if you ever find yourself walking the jungle trails where they lie, you may feel it. That strange presence, a weight, a silence, a memory that is not yours. Because perhaps these spheres were not just monuments. Perhaps they were messages. And perhaps they are still awaiting an answer. It was 1994. The Turkish countryside stretched in a calm silence, of those that seemed to tuck the horizon in a mantle of forgotten time. Near the ancient city of Şanlıurfa, a land steeped in legends of prophets and ancient kings, Klaus Schmidt, a German archaeologist, knelt to inspect a curious mound known by the locals as Potbelly Hill, or in Turkish, Göbekli. For decades, farmers unearthed strange carved stones while they plowed the fields, discarding them as remains of a Byzantine outpost or medieval cemetery. Nobody gave it much importance, just another bump in the vast archaeological mosaic of the Middle East. But Schmidt saw something more. What began as a casual study soon became the most important archaeological discovery of the 21st century. A site so old and advanced that it would shatter everything we thought we knew about the first civilizations. Because Göbekli was not only old, but it was 12,000 years old. That is 7,000 years before the pyramids of Giza, 6,500 years before Stonehenge. It predates agriculture, metallurgy, writing, and the wheel. In fact, it is so old that, according to official history, it should not exist. And yet, there it was half-buried, waiting. When Schmidt's team began to carefully excavate the top of the hill, what emerged from the dry soil of Anatolia left the world speechless. Enormous T-shaped stone pillars, some more than 5 meters high, arranged in gigantic circular enclosures carved with intricate images. Lions, scorpions, birds, snakes, wild boars, foxes, and abstract shapes resembling human beings. It was not a primitive hunter-gatherer camp. It was monumental architecture, a complex of temples built not with simple stacked stones, but with engineering precision, with megaliths of between 10 and 20 tons carefully fitted and sculpted by people who did not have tools beyond stone and bone. Each pillar was embedded in plinths carved into the bedrock. Each enclosure formed a kind of stone sanctuary with 2 central pillars in the heart, almost like twin deities. It was as if Stonehenge had been airlifted to the Ice Age. But that was not the strangest thing. Göbekli had been intentionally buried. At some point, thousands of years after its construction, this huge temple was covered layer by layer with earth and rubble, buried on purpose by the same people who built it. Why? To protect it, to hide it, to mark the end of an era. Nobody knows for sure, but what it suggests is chilling. That a vast organized culture existed long before the civilizations of Mesopotamia, Egypt, or the Indus Valley, and that it then disappeared without leaving cities, written records, or explanations, just a temple buried on a forgotten hill. Let's go back a moment. Conventional history tells us that human beings went from nomadic hunting and gathering to sedentary life with the agricultural revolution about 10,000 years ago. The rise of agriculture is what supposedly gave rise to cities, religion, and monuments. But Göbekli gives a complete turn to this idea. It suggests that monumental religion came first, that human beings gathered not to cultivate, but to worship, and that perhaps the effort to maintain the meetings in sacred places like Göbekli was what really drove the development of agriculture, and not the other way around. Imagine that the first seeds were not planted to feed a tribe, but to maintain a pilgrimage. It is about a change so profound that some archaeologists now speak of Göbekli as the first cathedral built in a world of ice and wild beasts, long before the concept of nation, city, or king. This raises a deeper question. How did these people without agriculture, without cities, without even ceramics, manage to mobilize the labor necessary to carve, transport, and erect 20-ton megaliths in coordinated architectural formations? There are no signs of permanent dwellings on the site, no workshops, no nearby villages that suggest the existence of builders. However, the site appears to have been active for over 1,000 years, going through phases of reconstruction and expansion. This has led some to believe that the builders of Göbekli were part of a lost proto-civilization, which emerged briefly after the last glaciation, flourished in the shadows, and then faded away. Its only legacy is buried under a Turkish hill. What the site reveals is not just a historical curiosity. It is a cognitive dissonance. It challenges everything we think we know about the origins of civilization. We were told that temples followed cities. But what if cities followed temples? What if belief came first? And what kind of belief was that? There are no clear signs of gods or writing at Göbekli Tepe, but art is symbolic and intentional. Some carvings seem to represent abstract figures with arms and hands that suggest anthropomorphic deities. Others show animals in violent or mating postures, perhaps related to rituals of fertility, death, or cosmic balance. A controversial carving shows what some interpret as a vulture raising a human head, a motif that is also found in later Neolithic funerary traditions, in which bodies were stripped and exposed to birds before being buried. Could Göbekli Tepe have been a place of celestial burials, a place where the soul was believed to ascend after death? Or perhaps the site reflects a shamanic cosmology in which each circle represents a portal to another realm. The earth, the underworld, and the sky, marked by animals that served as spiritual guides or guardians. The truth remains buried, literally, since less than 10% of Göbekli has been excavated. The rest remains intact under the surface, sealed for future archaeologists or perhaps protected from prying eyes by a force we do not understand. A force that may not want the world to remember what was before the beginning of history. The enigma of Göbekli Tepe does not end with its imposing stone circles and its construction that defies time. If anything, the questions only multiply the more we delve, both literally and metaphorically. While archaeologists continue to approach the site with the traditional lens, an increasing number of researchers, independent academics, and alternative theorists believe that Göbekli could be irrefutable proof of a lost civilization, whose echoes extend far beyond the Anatolian plateau, and whose clues are cosmic. Some of the most provocative research on Göbekli focuses on its possible astronomical purpose. Just as Stonehenge aligns with the solstices and the pyramids with the belt of Orion, scholars have begun to ask, was Göbekli Tepe aligned with the stars? Dr. Martin Sweatman, a scientist from the University of Edinburgh, published a controversial theory suggesting that the site's carvings could encode a date around 10,950 BC. Using the precession of the equinoxes, a slow astronomical oscillation in the Earth's rotation known mainly by ancient astronomers such as those of Egypt and Sumer. One engraving in particular, the so-called vulture stone, Pillar 43, has been the subject of intense scrutiny. It shows birds, scorpions, and other symbols arranged in a precise pattern. Sweatman and others claim that these animals are actually constellations that form a celestial map that aligns with the skies over Göbekli at the end of the last glaciation, coinciding with the hypothesis of the impact of the young dust. One theory proposes that a comet impacted Earth at that time, causing global cataclysms. Could Göbekli be not only a temple, but a celestial observatory, or even a memorial to a global catastrophe? Conventional historians argue that the end of the last glaciation brought with it a dramatic period of warming, which melted the glaciers and flooded coasts around the world. Many ancient myths about floods, from the Epic of Gilgamesh to the story of Noah, arise from this era. If Göbekli was built shortly after, it could have served as a refuge for survivors, as a sacred place to remember the ancient world, or as a beacon of rebirth in a devastated landscape. What is even more intriguing is that no one knows who built it. The known Neolithic inhabitants of the region lacked the tools, organization, and population density needed to accomplish such a feat, however. Here stood a huge complex built with a sophistication ahead of its time by centuries, if not millennia. There are no precursor sites, nor a gradual evolution. Göbekli emerges fully formed, as if knowledge were inherited, not learned, as if its builders carried with them the memory of another older world. This has given rise to tempting speculation. Could Göbekli be a vestige of Atlantis or a similar advanced civilization from the Ice Age? Plato wrote about Atlantis as a powerful maritime power that sank in a single day and a single night of disgrace. His description, which places the fall of Atlantis approximately 9,000 years before Solon, or around 11,600 BC, coincides disturbingly with the date suggested by Göbekli. Graham Hancock, a journalist and author known for questioning conventional history, has proposed that a lost advanced civilization may have been wiped out during the Younger Dryas, and that its knowledge was passed on to the scattered survivors, who became the gods and bearers of culture of ancient myths. For Hancock, Göbekli is the irrefutable proof, a memory carved in stone. This theory gains strength when considering the sudden appearance of agriculture, the domestication of animals, and symbolic art throughout the Fertile Crescent at about the same time. It is almost as if the light of civilization had been rekindled from a hidden source, a torch passed from a dying world. The most disconcerting mystery of Göbekli remains its intentional burial. Archaeologists believe that the site was filled with thousands of tons of earth, debris, and waste between 800 and 700 BC. Why did the builders go to such lengths to hide what they had created? One theory posits that burial was a form of sacred closure, that the temple had fulfilled its purpose and was ritually sealed for eternity. Others suspect that an imminent threat caused the site to be hidden during an era of violence, invasion, or environmental collapse. But there is another darker possibility, that the builders were not the creators, but the heirs, that they came across the ruins of something much older and did not fully understand what they were facing, and that, fearing what it meant, they buried it, not to preserve it, but to forget it. A deliberate act of cultural amnesia. Göbekli is not the only site. Other nearby sites, Kara Tepe, Navili, and Sefertep, are beginning to reveal similar megalithic structures under the ground. Some may even predate Göbekli. Together, they suggest that southeastern Turkey may have been the cradle of a much older civilization, one now barely remembered in legend. And yet, less than 10% of this region has been excavated. Who knows what lies beneath the next hill? In the silence of Göbekli, among the stone foxes, vultures, and celestial markers, ask, what if history did not begin where we thought? What if the rise of civilization is not a straight line, but a series of cycles of ascent, cataclysms, and oblivion? What if the memory of one of those previous cycles is engraved in the stones of a forgotten temple, warning us not to repeat the same mistake? Göbekli may not reveal all its secrets soon, but it has already whispered enough to change our history forever. In a quiet museum in Romania, under glass and soft light, rest 3 small clay tablets unearthed in 1961 at a Neolithic archaeological site near the village of Tartaria in Transylvania. These modest artifacts are barely the size of a palm. However, what they contain may be among the most controversial discoveries in the history of ancient civilization. On their surface are engraved symbols, some geometric, others linear, and still others curiously evocative of writing. And if those symbols are truly a form of writing, the Tartaria tablets could predate the first known writing systems by over 1,000 years. If authentic, they rewrite the origin of literacy and point to a forgotten culture that flourished long before the rise of Mesopotamia or Egypt. This is the mystery of the Tartaria tablets, fragments of knowledge from a lost chapter of human history. In the summer of 1961, Romanian archaeologist Nicolae Valesa led an excavation at a Neolithic site associated with the Vinca culture, one of Europe's oldest prehistoric cultures, centered in the Balkans. It was here, under layers of settlements, that he discovered a ritual burial. The charred skeleton of a woman was accompanied by ceramics, idols, and the 3 mysterious tablets. 2 of the tablets are rectangular. The third is round. All are engraved with symbols. Some of these symbols bear a striking resemblance to Sumerian cuneiform or Near Eastern proto-writing. But here is the enigma. The site and associated artifacts have been carbon dated to around 5,300 BC. BC centuries before the oldest Sumerian writing. How could an apparently isolated Neolithic culture in Eastern Europe develop writing independently and so early, unless they did not develop it alone? The Tartaria tablets are often attributed to the Vinca culture, which thrived between 5700 and 4500 BC. See, at its peak, the Vinca network extended through present-day Serbia, Romania, Bulgaria, and parts of Greece. This was not a primitive society of hunters and gatherers, but a sophisticated Neolithic civilization with large organized settlements, advanced ceramics, metallurgy, and religious art. Vinca artifacts frequently include abstract symbols, many recurring at different sites. These are not mere decorations. They are standardized, often repeated in coherent sequences, and may represent an early form of communication or record. Some scholars propose that the Vinca symbols represent a proto-writing system, possibly used for religious or administrative purposes. Others argue that they are more symbolic, used for spiritual rituals, and not as language. But the Tartaria tablets take this debate into deeper waters. Unlike decorative ceramics, these tablets are dedicated artifacts, pieces of baked clay whose sole function appears to have been symbolic or communicative. The symbols are intentionally engraved, measured, precise, and orderly. In short, they look like writing, and if so, the implications are astounding. One of the biggest controversies surrounding the Tartaria tablets is their apparent resemblance to Sumerian writing. Scholars have noted similarities between certain Tartaria symbols and signs found in Mesopotamia during the Uruk period, including shapes resembling numbers, gods, or cosmic concepts. But here's a chronological twist. If the Tartaria tablets date from 5300 BC, they predate the Sumerian form, often considered the world's first writing, by at least 1,000 years. This raises disturbing questions. Did writing originate in Eastern Europe instead of Mesopotamia? Or could there be a common source far older than the one from which both cultures inherited their symbolic systems? Alternative theorists have long proposed that ancient, advanced cultures, now lost to time, once spread knowledge to distant regions. The Tartaria tablets fuel this speculation further. For them, these relics are not anomalies, but survivors of a forgotten legacy, a memory resonating through the symbols. Even more provocative is that some suggest the tablets represent a common linguistic ancestor, part of a prehistoric civilization connecting Europe and the Near East long before written history. These ideas, although dismissed by the dominant academy, persist because the tablets simply do not fit the expected chronology. And these are not the only ones. Parallels and anomalies, global echoes of ancient writing. Surprisingly similar symbols have been found on prehistoric objects. The Despilio tablet in Greece from 5260 BCE, with embedded symbols. The Gradisnitsa tablets in Bulgaria. The ancient European writing theory suggests a coherent writing system used in Neolithic Europe long before the Bronze Age. And further afield, the Indus Valley script, still undeciphered, shows many stylistic parallels with the Vinca signs, the Rangorango glyphs of Easter Island, mysterious and inexplicable, and other symbolic engravings from Celtic lands. Are these coincidences? Or were early humans more globally connected than we assumed? Could there have been a time before written history when knowledge flowed across vast distances before falling into darkness? The funerary context of the Tartaria tablets adds another layer of mystery. Why were they placed in a tomb next to a woman believed to be a priestess or shaman? Was the writing intended to guide her in the afterlife, record a religious event, or mark a pact or invocation? Or were they sacred relics, memories of a deeper past, preserved through generations as relics of forgotten wisdom? Fire-damaged bones suggest ritual cremation. However, the tablets themselves were not burned. They were probably pre-baked to make them durable. This deliberate act of placing written tablets in a human burial suggests something profound. The tablets may have had meaning, not just marks. Whether that meaning was linguistic, mystical, or ceremonial, we may never know. But the intention behind them is unmistakable. The Tartaria tablets have been the subject of academic debate for decades. But beyond archaeologists and researchers, a deeper question remains. Why has the dominant narrative been so resistant to these tablets? If they are authentic and date back more than 7,000 years, then they are more than ancient artifacts. They are a threat to the established chronology of human civilization, because in their crudely engraved symbols lies the potential to rewrite everything we thought we knew about the birth of writing, the rise of civilization, and the forgotten chapters of our past. And the silence surrounding them may say more than the tablets themselves. From a moment they were discovered in 1961, the Tartaria tablets were met with suspicion. The Romanian archaeologist Nicolae Vasa himself was cautious. He suggested they may have been influenced by Mesopotamian trade, perhaps brought from the East. This hypothesis attempted to preserve the standard historical view that civilization began in Sumeria and everything else was derivative. But this theory crumbled under carbon dating. The carbon found next to the burial was analyzed and placed the site around 5,300 BCE. BCE, a millennium older than the first Sumerian tablets. This created a conundrum for scholars. If the Tartaria symbols were influenced by Sumer, they had to be later than Sumer. But that was not the case. The only other option was that the Tartaria tablets predated Sumerian writing. Instead of rewriting textbooks, many scholars dismissed the symbols as non-linguistic, perhaps proto-symbols, religious emblems, or decorative marks. The idea of an independent writing system developing in Neolithic Europe was and remains marginal. Why is that? Because it opens a Pandora's box. If the Tartaria tablets are authentic examples of primitive writing, this suggests that the Vinca culture or another closely related group may have developed complex symbolic systems, spiritual belief structures, and possibly administrative governance long before we imagined. And this raises even deeper implications still. What happened to that civilization? Why did its culture vanish so completely from historical records? Is it possible that they, and others like them, were part of a global prehistoric network that shared knowledge, language, and symbolism? Could these tablets be the only fragments remaining of a broader written tradition that existed in prehistoric Europe? Some researchers, including scholars sympathetic to alternative archaeology, believe the Tartaria tablets are just the tip of the iceberg. They see them as vestiges of an ancient and advanced society, which may have collapsed or been erased in the mists of prehistory by wars, cataclysms, or simply by the passage of time. And if that is so, the question becomes chilling. What else has been lost? In the world of forbidden archaeology and suppressed history, the Tartaria tablets have become icons, symbols not only of ancient writing, but of forgotten human potential. Some believe they are fragments of a pre-flood civilization linked to the broader myths of Atlantis or Lemuria. According to this vision, the tablets represent knowledge of the survivors transmitted through secret priesthoods or revived in isolated pockets, such as the Vinca culture. Others speculate that the symbols are evidence of intervention by more advanced prehistoric humans or even extraterrestrial visitors who spread knowledge throughout the world. This marginal hypothesis is based on global similarities in symbolic systems, architectural styles, and the sudden emergence of agriculture, cities, and astronomy in seemingly unrelated regions. Are these just imaginative leaps? Perhaps. But in the absence of clear answers, even the most extravagant ideas feed on gaps in our history. And the Tartaria tablets are one of those gaps. Undeniable, dubious, and deeply disturbing for those who yearn for certainty. To this day, the Tartaria writing remains undeciphered still. There is no Rosetta Stone, no bilingual tablet to guide us. The writing, if it is writing, offers no translation, only silent symbols on cold clay. But sometimes the mere existence of a message suffices. Because the most important thing about the Tartaria tablets may not be what they say, but that they say something at all. They remind us that the past isn't immutable. It is a story that is constantly being rewritten, sometimes by accident, sometimes by discovery, and sometimes by those who dare to look where no one else dares to look. The original Tartaria tablets are now in the Transylvania National History Museum in Cluj-Napoca, Romania. They are rarely exhibited, and the academic debate surrounding them remains largely dormant, overshadowed by safer, more conventional historical narratives. However, for those who study the shadows of human antiquity, they remain powerful relics, evidence that our ancestors may have been far more advanced, connected, and complex than we are taught, and that perhaps, in the quiet soil of Eastern Europe, we were dangerously close to unearthing a truth we were not prepared to hear. It was the year 1901. Off the rugged coast of the Greek island of Antikythera, sponge divers plunged into the crystal-clear waters of the Aegean Sea. They hoped to find little more than fish or coral, perhaps some occasional amphora. Instead, they found a sunken ship, it eroded by centuries under the sea. But inside was something much stranger. Among the remains of broken statues and ancient cargo, they recovered a piece of corroded bronze and wood. At first, no one paid it much attention. It seemed little more than twisted metal. But over time, and after a meticulous cleaning and conservation process, this piece revealed something that would challenge our understanding of ancient civilizations. A gear-driven machine over 2,000 years old. It was the Antikythera mechanism, an ancient device so sophisticated that it would not be matched in engineering complexity for more than 1,000 years. But how could such technology exist in an era when most people still wrote on papyrus and calculated with abacuses? How could a device built in the time of Archimedes contain precision gears, interlocking dials, and a knowledge of astronomy so advanced that it could predict eclipses, track planetary movements, and simulate the celestial sky? And perhaps most disturbingly, how many more machines like this have been lost over time? When a mechanism was first examined in the early 20th century, it baffled all scholars. The fragments that were preserved, at least 82 separate pieces, contained gears with perfectly cut teeth, some no larger than a fingernail. The entire device had probably been enclosed in a wooden box the size of a shoebox, with dials on the front and back. For decades, the true purpose of the mechanism remained a mystery still. Only with the advent of X-ray imaging and 3D reconstruction did researchers begin to glimpse the full extent of what they saw. Inside, they discovered at least 30 bronze gears carefully arranged to function in tandem. Some turned more slowly, others faster. Some followed the phases of the moon. Others traced the positions of the 5 planets known. One followed the metonic cycle, a period of 19 years after which lunar phases repeat on the same days of the solar year. Another even modeled predictions of eclipses, taking into account variations in the moon's movement. It was not just a mechanical calendar. It was an analog computer, and it had been built around the year 100 BC. To put it in context, it is more ancient than the mechanical clocks of medieval Europe by over a millennium. The discovery of the Antikythera mechanism shocked the academic world. How could the ancient Greeks build something so sophisticated? Classic texts such as those of Cicero and Ptolemy had hinted at the existence of machines that modeled planetary movement, but no physical evidence had ever appeared. The Antikythera mechanism was a turning point. It showed that the ancients not only theorized about complex movements, they built them. But this raised even more disturbing questions. If the Antikythera mechanism was not unique, if it was the product of an entire school of mechanical engineering, what happened to all the others? Were the prototypes, the diagrams, the master craftsmen who built them? Had they all been lost in the fires of war, in the passage of centuries, or perhaps in the destruction of libraries, such as that of Alexandria? Or worse still, was this unique device all that remained of a forgotten era of innovation? The last whisper of a science that we never fully understood? The implications were profound. It suggested that the ancient world had moments of brilliance, flashes of technical genius that rivaled or even surpassed later achievements. But that history had erased those moments, scattering their remains under the sea and sand. Despite more than a century of study, no other device similar to the Antikythera mechanism has ever been found, neither in Greece, nor in Rome, nor in the East. This has led to speculation that it could be an experimental prototype created by a solitary genius or a secret guild of artisans. Some historians have suggested that Hipparchus, the great astronomer, may have been involved. Others see in its construction the footprint of the mathematics of Archimedes, but none of this can be proven. The truth is that the Antikythera mechanism remains an orphan of history. We do not know who built it or how. We do not know what other devices they may have created. We only know that, somehow, at the beginning of the 1st century B.C., someone achieved the impossible and then, like a dream, disappeared. What secrets did this machine encode? How many more lie buried in sunken ships, desert ruins, or under shelves of museums mislabeled as insignificant? The Antikythera mechanism does more than hint at a lost chapter of technological history. It forces us to question what we believe about progress, intelligence, and the fragility of human knowledge. Because sometimes brilliance does not simply fade away. Sometimes it sinks beneath the waves and waits centuries to be discovered. As researchers delved into the complexities of the Antikythera mechanism, what they discovered seemed almost too incredible to be true. This was not a rudimentary attempt to model astronomy. It was an instrument of remarkable precision and mathematical vision, designed with a complexity that would not be replicated until more than 1,000 years later. One of the most surprising revelations came from its lunar mechanism. The device was not limited to following the phases of the moon. It took into account something called the animalistic month, recognizing that the moon's orbit is not a perfect circle, but an ellipse, which causes it to speed up and slow down. To mimic this variable movement mechanically, the Antikythera mechanism used a system of differential gears, a feature believed to have been invented during the 16th century. But here it was in a device more than 2 millennia old, proof that ancient minds had already deciphered concepts we consider modern. Even the rear dials, which traced the cycles of the Saros and Exalmos eclipses, showed a knowledge not only of the lunar cycles, but also of the subtle variations that affected the predictions of the eclipses over decades. These were traces of sophisticated astronomical observations, calculations based on deep empirical knowledge transmitted from generation to generation. But perhaps the most impressive thing is this. The entire mechanism operated by a single crank. A movement driven by a person turning a wheel caused more than 30 interlocking gears to turn, some clockwise, others counterclockwise, sending energy throughout the device to represent the cosmic dance of the sun, moon, and visible planets. It was a mechanical universe created by hands long gone. As incredible as the Antikythera mechanism is, the context of its discovery opens even more questions. The ship on which it was found dates to between 70 and 60 BC. C was huge for its time and probably transported luxury items from the eastern Mediterranean to wealthy patrons in Rome. Among the cargo were bronze and marble statues, unusual glassware, and finely crafted pottery. These were the hallmarks of a privileged and elitist clientele. And whoever commissioned the mechanism was clearly someone influential and rich. But was an educational tool, a navigation aid, or a royal curiosity? Some scholars believe that it may have been built in the streets of Ptolemais, home to the famous school of astronomy run by Hipparchus, where ancient astronomers are known to have created celestial models. Others suggest that it may have originated in Pergamon, Alexandria, or even Athens, learning centers now buried under centuries of change. But this is where the story gets murkier. Despite its revolutionary design, no historical record mentions the Antikythera mechanism nor others similar in detail. It is as if this level of technology had simply appeared and disappeared without continuity or inheritance. The gears stopped turning, and with them the memory of how they were made. This silence from antiquity resonates strongly in our modern minds. How much knowledge have we lost? How many tools, machines, and ideas that were once known have been engulfed by war, natural disasters, or the collapse of civilizations? This challenges the linear narrative of human progress. It suggests that, instead of moving forward steadily, We move in fragile arcs capable of sudden leaps, but also catastrophic losses. For those who believe that history still hides tacit truths, the Antikythera mechanism stands as a fascinating anomaly. It is physical proof that ancient civilizations were not only intellectually capable, but also mechanically advanced, perhaps in ways we have not yet rediscovered. Could there have been more machines like this? Have entire disciplines of engineering been lost? Could the mechanism have been part of a broader, scientific tradition passed down secretly among sages and artisans, only to disappear in a single generation when the right hands disappeared? Or, more provocatively, was it a vestige of even older knowledge? A vestige of a deeper past inherited from civilization prior to written history? Although conventional academia continues to rely on what is demonstrable, the mere existence of the Antikythera mechanism invites speculation, and rightly so, because sometimes the evidence not only raises questions, but forces us to reimagine everything we thought we knew. Today, the Antikythera mechanism is located in the National Archaeological Museum of Athens, behind glass, carefully preserved, studied, and still only partially understood. Its gears no longer turn. Its cranks are silent. But within its worn bronze frame, a story continues to unfold. A story not only about the ingenuity of ancient Greece, but also about human curiosity, our insatiable desire to map the stars, understand time, and model the cosmos with earthly tools. It is a whisper from the past that tells us that we have forgotten more than we remember. And as you stand still, with your eyes closed, imagine for a moment that there are others still waiting. Other machines, other texts, other wonders resting beneath stone and silt, holding their breath, waiting like this one to be seen again. We are not as far from our past as we think. And sometimes the most shocking discoveries are those that should never have been found. For centuries, the Great Pyramid of Giza has stood as the most enduring and mysterious of all ancient monuments. It rises 146 meters above the desert sky. This colossal structure, built more than 4,500 years ago, continues to captivate scholars, engineers, mystics, and dreamers alike. Although countless researchers have dedicated their entire lives to unraveling its secrets, one truth remains constant. The pyramid has not yet finished revealing itself. And in recent years, modern technology has discovered something unexpected. A huge void hidden deep within the heart of the Great Pyramid. A chamber that, according to all indications, should never have been found. But to understand the weight of this discovery, we must go back thousands of years, to an era in which limestone giants were born from bare hands and architectural perfection was sculpted with tools that were never enough. Commissioned by the pharaoh Khufu, known to the Greeks as Cheops, the Great Pyramid was built around 2560 BC. It is the largest of the three pyramids on the Giza Plateau and the only one of the seven wonders of the ancient world that still stands. Built with more than 23 million blocks of stone, some weighing up to 80 tons, the magnitude of its construction has inspired awe and debate for generations. With its original cladding of smooth, white Tura limestone, the pyramid once shone in the sun, like an eternal beacon of divine authority and celestial alignment. But as the centuries passed, the outer cladding of the structure eroded and much of its interior remained unexamined. Its known internal distribution consisted of a descending corridor, the so-called Queen's Chamber, the Great Gallery, and the King's Chamber, all exquisitely designed and aligned with stellar precision. And yet, this is only what we see. Under the weight of the stone and the veil of time, something else has remained intact, something invisible to the naked eye for thousands of years. In 2015, a bold initiative known as the Scan Pyramids Project set out to apply cutting-edge, non-invasive technology to the study of Egypt's most iconic structure. Using muon tomography, a form of cosmic ray scanning that detects subatomic particles as they pass through matter, scientists hope to map the pyramid's interior with unprecedented precision. What they found was shocking. In 2017, researchers announced the discovery of a previously unknown void inside the structure. Located above the Great Gallery, this mysterious chamber extends at least 30 meters, comparable in size to an airplane hangar, and is completely sealed with no visible corridors or ducts leading to it. It was named the Great Void. The implications were astonishing. Despite more than 2 centuries of exploration, the Great Pyramid still contained secrets that had never been touched, not even imagined. And it was not a small access space or construction gap. It was a huge and deliberate void, hidden deep within one of the most studied monuments in the world. The Great Void rekindled ancient questions. Was this hidden chamber part of the original architectural plan? Or was it a secret room created for unknown rituals? Could it once have housed the true burial chamber of Cheops, hidden from tomb robbers thanks to its inaccessibility? Egyptologists offered cautious interpretations, suggesting that it could be a relieving chamber, an empty space designed to reduce pressure on the Great Gallery below. But the precision of its construction, its enormous size, and the fact that it was so well hidden led others to suspect that there was something more. Some theorists speculated that it could be a sealed archive, a place intended to store knowledge, artifacts, or sacred objects intended only for the afterlife, or perhaps for a very distant future. The most radical voices even suggested something older than Khufu, that the pyramid itself could predate his reign, and that this chamber could be a vestige of a forgotten era, whose knowledge was literally buried under the stone. Although these ideas remain controversial, they raise an intriguing possibility. What if the Great Pyramid is not what we think it is? The Great Pyramid was not a structure built at random. Every centimeter of its design, the location of its axes, the orientation of its corridors, the angles of its corridors, speaks of a mathematical and astronomical sophistication far ahead of its time. The hidden chamber above the Great Gallery is no exception. Its position, perfectly balanced in the core of the pyramid, suggests intentional concealment rather than structural necessity. If it were simply a void to reduce pressure, why keep it so well hidden? Why build it with such scale and symmetry? This is not the only mystery. The so-called air ducts of the pyramid do not connect to the outside, nor do they provide ventilation. Instead, they align with specific celestial bodies. Sirius, the Orion Belt, the circumpolar stars. Some argue that the structure itself is a cosmic machine, a temple to the stars, designed to reflect the heavens and perhaps even interact with them. Could the hidden chamber be part of that design? Could it have a function that we do not yet understand? A resonance chamber, a map room, a container of vibrational energy, or a portal for spiritual transformation. The theories are endless, and none can be ruled out yet. As the stars slowly move across the desert sky, the Great Pyramid waits. Its stones remain silent, but behind that silence there is a hum, something waiting to be heard, waiting to be seen. The hidden chamber is real, but its purpose remains unknown. And if history has taught us anything, it is that what we do not see often matters far more than what we see. The discovery of the Great Void above the Great Gallery was not only an architectural surprise, it was a philosophical earthquake. For centuries, the Great Pyramid has been examined, mapped, and measured with obsessive precision. However, one of its most important internal characteristics had somehow remained completely invisible to the human eye until 2017. This leads us to wonder, what else is hidden? But even more disturbing, what if this was deliberate? Let us now explore the most captivating and controversial possibilities surrounding this mysterious space. Some delve into the metaphysical. Others immerse themselves in science, lost civilizations, and forbidden theories. However, they all revolve around a single truth. The builders of the Great Pyramid operated at a level that we are only just beginning to understand. A growing number of researchers believe that the Great Pyramid may have served as something more than a tomb, or perhaps it was not a tomb at all. The absence of the mummy of Khufu, of funerary texts, or of the treasures that are traditionally found in royal burials has always cast a shadow of doubt on its original purpose. Some now propose that the pyramid was built as an eternal vault designed not for the dead, but for knowledge. The hidden void could be a repository of ancient wisdom protected by geometry and stone. If this were true, they would echo legends from civilizations around the world that had sacred scrolls, star maps, blueprints of the origin of the cosmos, and even devices from a lost golden age. This idea gains more weight if the mathematical properties of the pyramid are taken into account. The perimeter of the base, divided by twice its height, is equal to pi. Its alignment with true north is more accurate than that of most modern structures. The dimensions encode values, such as the golden ratio, and reflect planetary scales. Could the void above the Great Gallery contain the master key to these mysteries? Could it house a lost manuscript, a device, or even a symbolic model of the universe? And if so, why keep it hidden? One of the most esoteric theories is that the pyramid, and in particular this sealed chamber, was part of an initiation ritual for ancient priest-kings. According to this perspective, the Great Pyramid was not simply a monument. It was a machine, a spiritual device designed to induce altered states of consciousness, symbolic death and rebirth, and perhaps even contact with higher realms. The chamber could then have been a sacred isolation chamber, similar to modern sensory deprivation rooms, where chosen individuals underwent transformative experiences. The fact that it has no physical entrance or accessible passageway suggests that it was sealed forever, or that its access was not physical at all. This reflects the ancient Egyptian beliefs in the Duat, the underworld, a realm traversed not by the feet, but by the soul. The void, in this interpretation, becomes a threshold between worlds. There are others who believe that this chamber was not part of Khufu's design at all. In fact, they argue that Khufu did not build the pyramid, but only inherited or modified it. This theory suggests that the void may have been sealed thousands of years before, possibly in a pre-dynastic or antediluvian civilization, annihilated by a cataclysm. This agrees with ancient Greek accounts. Herodotus and Plato spoke of an ancient race of builders that was annihilated by catastrophic floods. What could such a chamber contain? A star map prior to known history? Artifacts from a lost epic? Instructions for rebuilding civilization? The idea seems radical, but it gains strength as archaeological discoveries continue to push back the chronology of human development. Sites like Göbekli, Gunung, Padang, and the submerged ruins challenge our vision of the ancient world. If human beings had advanced knowledge in the past and lost it, then the Great Pyramid could be one of their last messages, and the Great Void its sealed envelope. What frustrates many in the alternative history community is the lack of transparency from official authorities. Since the discovery of the void, no major excavation or physical exploration has been carried out. Those responsible for antiquities in Egypt have expressed caution, citing the need to preserve the integrity of the pyramid, but some suspect there is something more. Could it be that subsequent scans revealed more than was publicly announced? Is there reluctance to investigate because of what could be found, something that contradicts accepted history, religion, or power structures? A chamber so well hidden and for so long was not intended to be discovered easily. Perhaps it was destined to be opened only when the world was ready. The Great Pyramid remains the most studied and least understood structure on Earth, and the Great Void, which now rests silently in its core, stands as a stark reminder. We remain blind to our past. Whatever it is that is hidden in that hidden chamber, if there is anything, its mere existence changes the narrative. It demonstrates that we still do not know everything, and perhaps we never did. For the dream-deprived dreamers, truth-seekers, and patient explorers who wait for history to take the first step, the void is a symbol not only of what is hidden in the stone, but of what remains invisible within ourselves. A whisper that reaches us from 4,500 years ago and tells us, look again. In the silent archives of the Topkapi Palace of Istanbul, hidden between faded parchments and Ottoman treasures, there is a single piece of gazelle skin that has obsessed historians, cartographers, and skeptics for almost a century. On it is a map drawn in 1513 by an Ottoman admiral named Piri Reis. And although only a fragment remains, that fragment has been described as one of the most mysterious documents in human exploration. Why? Because it seems to represent something impossible. The continent of Antarctica 400 years before its discovery, without ice. Piri Reis, a respected naval officer of the Ottoman fleet, was not just a sailor. He was a scholar, a collector of nautical charts, and a cartographer driven by obsession. In 1513, he compiled his world map based on multiple documents, many of which no longer exist. In his own notes, he claimed to have used maps dating back to the time of Alexander the Great, including Greek, Arab, Portuguese, and even Columbus maps. The latter is a fascinating claim in itself. But what he produced was more than just a collage of known geography. The map of Piri Reis included inexplicable details and regions that Europeans supposedly had not yet explored and that, in some cases, would not do so until centuries later. The most disconcerting detail is the southernmost section, which seems to show the northern coast of Antarctica completely free of its current ice sheet. This is where the mystery truly begins. Modern Antarctica is buried in a frozen desert, with its landmass hidden under kilometers of ice. The continent was not officially discovered until 1820, more than 300 years after the map of Piri Reis was drawn. Even then, the land under the ice was not mapped until the development of seismic technology in the 20th century. However, although it seems incredible, when a map of Piri Reis is compared with a seismic map of Queen Maud Land of the 20th century, a surprising resemblance is observed, not with the ice-covered Antarctica that we know, but with the ice-free topography that lies beneath. This anomaly was first discovered in 1960 by Captain Arlington H. Mallory, who worked with cartographers and the Hydrographic Office of the United States Navy to analyze its accuracy. His conclusion was that if this part of the map of Piri Reis really represents Antarctica without ice, then the original maps on which it is based must have been made at least 6,000 years earlier, before the last glaciation completely covered the continent. This is an astonishing claim, as it suggests one of two things. Either an advanced maritime civilization existed long before documented history allows, or someone in the 16th century had access to maps from a forgotten era. Piri Reis never claimed that the map was entirely his own. In the extensive notes that were rolled along its edges, he mentions that he worked from 20 nautical charts and the Mapai Mundi, mixing data from various cultures and eras. Some sources were recent, drawn by Portuguese explorers, but others, he insists, were ancient and have been passed down from generation to generation. So, what happened to these original maps? Why were they lost? And how did they contain knowledge that should have been impossible to acquire? According to legend, some of these original documents could come from the Library of Alexandria or from Phoenician or Atlantean navigators, echoing the tempting rumors of a global maritime culture prior to the Ice Age. Conventional historians tend to dismiss these claims, suggesting that the resemblance to Antarctica is a coincidence or that the coast is misidentified. But the geometric precision, especially along the South American and African coasts, makes these dismissals seem increasingly hollow. This is not a rudimentary sketch. It is a much more accurate map than it should be, imbued with knowledge that someone, somewhere, had long before Piri Reis touched the pen. As scholars have meticulously analyzed the surviving fragment of Piri's map, the disturbing possibility has begun to emerge that it is not simply a cartographic fluke, but the echo of a much deeper and older body of knowledge. A map that silently and persistently points to the existence of a forgotten civilization with knowledge of geography and navigation that rivals or surpasses our own in an era when such knowledge should not have existed. But if that is true, who were they? For many, the map of Piri Reis is an arrow pointing to Plato's ancient account of Atlantis, a highly advanced maritime civilization that, according to legend, existed more than 11,000 years ago and was lost in a cataclysm of earth and water. Advocates of this idea suggest that the map is not just a curiosity. It is proof that Atlantis or a similar lost culture had mapped the globe, had explored Antarctica, and had transmitted that knowledge through ancient channels, only to have it survive through veiled fragments until men like Pierre Reese put them back together, probably without fully understanding what they had in their hands. This theory is, of course, controversial. The academic world remains deeply divided. For some, the map is a misinterpreted artifact. Its mysterious coasts are attributed to errors or misinterpretations. For others, it is a trace left by a global cataclysm, part of a much broader pattern of ancient anomalies. After all, the Pierre Reese map is not the only one. There are other ancient maps that have left modern researchers equally perplexed. The detailed map of Oreron from 1531 also seems to show an Antarctica without ice, with mountain ranges resembling modern seismic findings. The map of Bessy from 1737, created by French geographer Philippe Bache, also represents the Antarctic continent divided into two land masses, something that was not confirmed by scientists until the International Geophysical Year in the 1950s. Each of these maps, taken separately, could be dismissed as coincidence or error. But together they form a disturbing pattern, a mosaic of impossible knowledge that appears again and again, scattered throughout the centuries, as if whispering secrets of a world before ours. How have these fragments survived? How is it possible that a map drawn in 1513 raises questions about civilizations that could have existed 10,000 years before? Perhaps the most terrifying thing is this. If we only have one known copy of the Pierre Reese map, how many other documents of this type were lost forever, burned in the flames of the Library of Alexandria, destroyed by the collapse of empires, or still undiscovered in private vaults and ancient temples, without anyone ever seeing them? Perhaps Pierre Reese was just the unfortunate cartographer who accidentally let one slip through the fingers of time. Even more curious is that the fragments of his map have survived. The Ottoman archives were famous for being destroyed or looted during the centuries of turmoil that followed. And yet, this solitary piece of gazelle skin of only 90 by 65 centimeters reached the modern era, almost as if it were destined to be found. To this day, the Pierre Reese map defies all explanation. It defies accepted chronologies of geography and navigation. It offers a glimpse of the legacy of lost knowledge preserved in silence and the shadows. And it raises a question that has troubled both explorers and historians. If a map like this could exist, what else have we lost to the sands of time? And perhaps even more disturbing, who knew it and why was it buried? Throughout history, time has been the great organizer of human progress. It tells us when civilizations arose, when technologies emerged, when stories became legends. But what happens when time itself fails to explain what we find? When artifacts, texts, or inventions appear in times when they should not exist? This chapter delves into some of the most controversial and perplexing mysteries of the ancient world. Discoveries that break timelines, challenge academic consensus, and point to massive historical errors or long-buried truths. They're called out-of-place artifacts, OOPArts, and they unleash heated debates for a reason. If only one of them is authentic and correctly interpreted, our entire understanding of history must be rewritten. Let's explore 3 key cases in which time seems to fracture, in which human history not only curves, but breaks. Out-of-place artifacts, or OOPArts, are objects discovered in archaeological, geological, or historical contexts that appear radically incompatible with the known chronology of technological development. Some of the most controversial examples include an Antikythera mechanism from Greece, circa 100 AC. This bronze device, extracted from a shipwreck off the Greek island of Antikythera in 1901, contains a complex system of interlocking gears. After decades of study, researchers realized that it was an analog computer capable of predicting solar eclipses, planetary positions, and lunar phases 1,500 years before such technology existed. X-rays revealed at least 30 toothed wheels manufactured with an astonishing level of precision, similar to that of a 19th century Swiss watch. Scholars now believe that it was used to track the metonic cycle, the cycles of eclipses, and even the calendar of the Olympic Games. But how could the ancient Greeks, without microscopes or lathes, create something so advanced? If this machine was real, and it is, what other wonders could have existed in antiquity and have simply been lost? B. The Baghdad Battery of Rock, around 250 A.C. and 250 D.C., discovered near Baghdad. These clay vessels contain copper cylinders and iron rods, which has led some researchers to speculate that they are the first galvanic cells, primitive batteries. If true, they could have been used to electroplate gold or silver. Conventional archaeologists are skeptical, but if they're real, they raise serious questions. Did the ancients understand electricity? And if so, why didn't that knowledge spread or evolve into widespread technological use? C. The Hammer of London, Texas, UU. Supposedly 400 million years old, a modern-looking iron hammer was found embedded in rock dating from the Cretaceous or even the Devonian, hundreds of millions of years before humans walked the Earth. Critics argue that dating may be wrong, or that the artifact simply sank into a crack in an older rock, but others insist that its context is legitimate. The hammerhead is made of iron and chlorine, unusually resistant to oxidation, and the handle has partially turned into carbon. If authentic, it could imply an extremely erroneous geological interpretation or something more radical. Whether due to erroneous dating, misunderstanding, or a true anomaly, these pieces force us to wonder if we have greatly underestimated the complexity or longevity of intelligent life on Earth. Appearing for the first time in the 19th century, the book Ora Linda claims to be a 13th century copy of even older writings preserved by a people from northern Europe known as the Frisians. The manuscript, written in a runic-like script and in an ancient Frisian dialect, presents an astonishing alternative timeline of European history. According to the book, a matriarchal civilization called Finda once ruled much of Europe and some areas of Asia. The Sea Peoples and the Atlanteans were not myths, but historical realities. Cataclysms and floods destroyed ancient civilizations around 2194 AC. Long before Rome or Greece, Northern Europeans had a thriving literate society led by priestesses called popular mothers. The book also offers controversial theological opinions and moral codes that mix pagan, proto-Christian, and apocalyptic themes. It describes flying machines, magnetic knowledge, and celestial events in cryptic terms. Scholars quickly dismissed the manuscript as a fake, perhaps written by 19th century nationalists or spiritualists. However, some researchers continue to defend its authenticity, pointing to linguistic coherence across hundreds of pages, accurate geographical references later confirmed by archaeology, and unique mythical elements not found in other contemporary literary works. What makes the Book of Ora Linda especially compelling is its coincidence with the universal myths of the flood, matriarchal prehistory, and recurring symbols in ancient European folklore. If real, it represents a lost European prehistory, hidden under millennia of conquests, colonizations, and religious repression. If it is a hoax, it is one of the most sophisticated and ideologically prescient that has ever been created. In any case, the book Ora Linda remains an enigma, too complex to dismiss, too extravagant to accept. In 1898, archaeologists excavating a tomb in Saqqara, Egypt, unearthed a curious wooden object dated to approximately 200 AC. Carved from sycamore and shaped like a bird, it was initially classified as a ceremonial artifact or a toy. But there was something strange. It did not resemble any known bird. The shape of its body, the design of its wings, and the tail looked more like a modern glider than a bird figurine. It became known as the Saqqara bird. When experts in aerodynamics studied it, they were intrigued. The shape of the bird resembles that of modern delta-wing aircraft, with a vertical stabilizer and proportions that suggest it could soar. Some scale replicas built for this purpose even managed to glide successfully under the right conditions. This discovery led to bold speculation. Could the ancient Egyptians have understood the basic principles of flight? Was the Saqqara bird a small-scale prototype of a larger glider or a ceremonial flying device? Are there lost texts, now burned or buried, that explain mechanical principles that were very advanced for their time. There are known gaps in the knowledge of ancient Egypt. Texts missing from the temples, sealed rooms in the pyramids, destroyed scrolls. What if flight was not only the domain of Da Vinci in the 15th century, but of unknown Egyptian engineers thousands of years earlier? Skeptics argue that it is simply a stylized bird, part of a mast or a religious emblem. But if that's all it was, why does it so accurately reflect designs capable of flying, including key features such as dihedral wings and rudder control? The truth, as always, may lie somewhere in between, but the Saqqara bird, which has been resting in a museum drawer for more than a century, remains one of Egypt's strangest enigmas. When taken together, these artifacts, mechanical computers from ancient Greece, models of flying birds in Egypt, futuristic books in Europe, tell a disturbing story. Our timeline may not be as airtight as we think. Is it possible that centers of advanced knowledge arose and were lost during cycles of disasters? That certain ancient cultures developed technologies destroyed by wars, floods, or repressions? That entire stories were deliberately buried, rewritten, or turned to myth until silenced? Modern archaeology is based on layers, literal and also conceptual. But when something out of place appears, like a 2,000-year-old cogwheel or aerodynamic glider, those layers begin to seem like veils. And beyond those veils, the truth of our past may be far stranger than any fiction. Throughout the annals of human history, we have discovered relics that challenge the very foundations of our beliefs about ancient life. But some discoveries do much more than surprise. They destabilize. It is not simply about bones or merely funerary artifacts. They are human remains so strange, exquisitely preserved, or inexplicably altered that they raise disturbing questions. Who were these people? Why do their bodies defy the norms of their time? And, most disturbingly, what secrets did they take to their death? In this chapter, we descend into the peat bogs, open crypts in the desert, and ancient burial chambers to discover the mysteries of the world's most puzzling corpses, remains that refuse to perfectly fit into the timeline of known history. In the misty moors and humid swamps of northern Europe, nature has carried out a miraculous and chilling conservation process. More than 1,000 ancient human corpses have been found buried in the peat swamps. Their skin is leathery but intact, and their expressions are frozen in a moment that occurred more than 2,000 years ago. These are the bog bodies, a term that barely captures the disturbing realism of the faces that stare at us through the millennia. Unlike traditional mummies, bog bodies were not preserved by artificial means, but by nature alone. The acidic and oxygen-free environment of the peat swamps stops decomposition and tans the skin, preserving even internal organs, stomach contents, fingerprints, and facial expressions. Among the most famous is the man from Tolland, found in Denmark in 1950. He lived around the 4th century BCE, but it seems that he could wake at any moment. He has his eyes closed, his mouth serene, and his incipient beard still visible on his chin. He was hanged with a braided rope and carefully deposited in the swamp, suggesting not a criminal execution, but a ritual sacrifice. Other bodies found in swamps tell similar stories. The man from Grauble had his throat cut so deeply that it reached his spine. The old man Croghan, found in Ireland, had his nipples cut off, possibly as part of a coronation ritual in which symbolic castration deprived him of the right to rule. Who were these people? Why did they kill them with such precision and then offer them to the earth instead of burning or burying them? Some archaeologists believe that they were people of high-status sacrifice during periods of famine or political instability to appease the gods. Others see evidence of religious rites, ceremonial murders performed as part of pan-European fertility rituals. Others wonder if we are facing victims of ancient punishments preserved forever by accident and not by intention. But here is the deepest mystery. Many bog bodies show signs of multiple types of trauma: strangulation, blows, stabbings, and drowning. Why such cruelty? Were these elaborate executions or attempts to prevent the dead from returning? The swamps keep their secrets well. They offer impressive conservation, but never complete answers. Scattered around the world, from the highlands of Peru to the steppes of Central Asia, archaeologists have unearthed human skulls unlike any known today. Abnormally elongated skulls, some extending far beyond the base of the skull, giving them a strange and almost extraterrestrial appearance. Known as cranial deformations, these skulls are often explained as the result of tying babies' heads with boards or cloths during their early development. This practice is known to have been common in various ancient cultures. The intention was possibly aesthetic, of status, or religious symbolic. But not all elongated skulls perfectly fit this explanation. Take, for example, the skulls of Paracas in southern Peru. Discovered in the 1920s by archaeologist Julio Tello, these skulls are significantly larger and heavier than normal human skulls, and many appear to have a cranial volume 25% greater than average. What is more, some lack the sagittal suture, the union that normally separates the two parietal bones of a human skull. This anomaly has led some researchers to question whether these skulls represent a simple cranial modification or something altogether different. Controversially, some claim that DNA tests performed on some Paracas skulls revealed mutations in mitochondrial DNA that do not match known human patterns. While conventional science remains skeptical, alleging contamination and inconclusive data, the mystery still persists. Were the Paracas part of a hominid species now disappeared, of a hybrid race, or were they simply members of a high social class that practiced cranial deformation from birth? To the confusion are added elongated skulls found in places without a known cultural tradition of cranial bandage, such as ancient Iraq, Russia, and even France. These remains date from diverse periods, but present similar structural anomalies. However, what remains constant is the astonishment and the reverence that these skulls seem to inspire. In many cases, individuals with elongated skulls were buried with elaborate funerary trousseaus, suggesting an elite or even priestly status. But why did so many ancient cultures separated by oceans and millennia arrive at the same practice? Coincidence or forgotten knowledge? In the arid deserts of northwest China, far from the pyramids of Egypt or the tombs of Peru, archaeologists stumbled upon perfectly preserved mummies with European features, tall stature, and blonde or red hair. They are the Darim mummies, and they have turned the history of early human migrations upside down. Discovered in the Darim Basin, specifically near the city of Urumi, these remains date back to the year 2000 BC. BC, long before the Silk Road connected east and west. The most famous, the beautiful Lalande, is more than 3,800 years old. Her body is so well preserved that her eyelashes, the fibers of her clothes, and her facial expression remain intact. She has high cheekbones, sunken eyes, and reddish-brown hair, features that seem distinctly European. Why were there European-looking people living in the heart of Central Asia 4,000 years ago? Some scholars suggest that they were part of the Tocharian culture, an Indo-European speaking group that migrated east from Europe or the Caspian region. Their language, found in ancient Buddhist texts, shares roots with the Celtic and Germanic languages. But this theory only deepens the mystery. What led them to the heart of Asia so early? And how did they prosper for so long in such isolation? The clothes and fabrics found with the Darim mummies resemble those of ancient Europe, with patterns similar to tartan, wool garments, and fur-lined boots. Some are buried with tools and weapons that resemble the designs of the Bronze Age of the West. However, their funerary practices, the rigid fetal position, the reed coffins, and the use of ochre also share traits with indigenous Asian customs. Could they represent a lost bridge between East and West? An unknown civilization erased from the map by war, disease, or assimilation? Even more disturbing is the question of why these remains have been downplayed. Some theorize that modern political sensitivities in the region have hampered research. After all, the idea of a lost Indo-European people living in China challenges long-standing national narratives. Several scientists have reported restrictions on access to the mummies and archaeological sites in recent decades. If these red-haired mummies tell a story of forgotten migration and ancient globalization, why do we hesitate to listen? In the field of archaeology, it is easy to reduce ancient bodies to data. The bones are measured, the tissues are analyzed, the causes of death are debated. But the remains that we have explored in this chapter resist such reduction. They challenge our categories. They mock our orderly chronologies. A man sacrificed to a swamp god who still wears a sheepskin cap. A child with an impossibly elongated skull carefully buried under a stone altar. A red-haired woman from a desert thousands of kilometers from where we thought our people lived. Each of them whispers a deeper truth, that our past is much stranger, richer, and more entangled than we have been taught. These remains are not just corpses. They are messages written in flesh, hair, and bone, and still waiting to be read in their entirety. Humanity's journey through time has been defined not only by what we have built, but also by what we have lost. Hidden among the ashes of forgotten empires, buried under ruined temples and destroyed by flames, both literal and metaphorical, lie the echoes of a disappeared knowledge, the deeper understanding of civilization about the cosmos, mathematics, medicine, and the human soul, lost in time. This chapter delves into some of the most disturbing intellectual mysteries of the ancient world. What if the secrets of space travel, spiritual evolution, or advanced technology were already known, but had been silenced forever? In the Egyptian coastal city of Alexandria, during the 3rd century BC, a monument to human intellect and ambition was erected, a sanctuary of knowledge unlike anything the world had seen until then. The Library of Alexandria, part of a great research institution called Mouseion, was founded by Ptolemy Bersor, a former general of Alexander the Great. With the dream of gathering all the world's knowledge, it is said that the library housed between 200,000 and more than 700,000 scrolls, many of which were original works of philosophy, medicine, astronomy, mathematics, and literature. It was not just a library. It was the beating heart of ancient scholarship. The library's acquisition policy was as aggressive as visionary. Ships docking in Alexandria were registered, and all books they carried were confiscated, copied, and, if deemed valuable, often never returned. The translation of foreign works into Greek was encouraged, creating a melting pot of global thought. It is believed that texts from Babylon, India, Persia, and Egypt were found on its shelves, many of which have not survived. Figures such as Archimedes, Euclid, Hipparchus, and even the first anatomists studied here. Some believe that the first theories of heliocentrism, primitive surgery, and advanced geometry may have originated or been preserved within its walls. So why do we remember it more for its destruction than for its splendor? The tragic fire of the library remains a subject of debate among historians. It may have been partially damaged by the siege of Julio Caesar in the year 48 AC, when he set fire to his own ships and the flames spread to the docks and, possibly, to the library. Later emperors and religious transitions, particularly the rise of Christianity and, later, Islam, may have contributed to its gradual demise. But what really obsesses us is not how it died, but what died with it. Entire schools of thought, medical knowledge ahead of its time, observations of the sky that could have preceded modern astronomy, perhaps even ancient records of lost civilizations such as Atlantis or Lemuria. Everything vanished in a cloud of smoke. We are only left with the ghosts of these scrolls and the disturbing idea that we are slowly rediscovering what our ancestors knew. Deep in the jungles of Mesoamerica, the Mayan civilization sculpted an impressive intellectual legacy. Known for their impressive pyramids and astronomical alignments, the Maya were also master mathematicians, timekeepers, and writers. Their writing system, composed of hundreds of elaborate glyphs, was one of the most advanced in the ancient world, capable of expressing everything from poetry to scientific calculations. The Mayan codices, accordion-shaped books made of bark paper and coated with lime, contained astronomical records, calendars, medical knowledge, and sacred rituals. These were not just texts. They were maps of the universe, charting eclipses, planetary cycles, and the movements of the stars with disturbing precision. Some codices even predicted cosmic cycles thousands of years into the future, with greater precision than many early European models. Then came the Spanish conquest. When the conquistadors arrived in the 16th century, they were horrified by what they saw. Bishop Diego Danda, in particular, was dismayed by Mayan religious practices, which he considered heretical. In a single stroke of zeal, he ordered a mass burning of Mayan texts. In his own words, "We found a large number of books, and, since they contained nothing but superstitions and lies of the devil, we burned them all." In that fire, centuries of accumulated knowledge turned to ashes. Only 4 Mayan codices survived: the CX of Dresden, the CX of Madrid, the CX of Paris, and the CX of Gruyere. These fragile remains give an idea of what was lost. Detailed planetary tables, eclipse predictions, complex mythologies, and time measurement systems that extended thousands of years into the past and the future. Some researchers believe that the Mayan codices could have contained not only cosmic knowledge, but also the key to understanding their prophecies, migrations, and possibly even the reasons for the mysterious collapse of their civilization. But now we are only left to decipher fragments of a broken mirror, wondering forever what the complete image would have shown. High in the rugged Andes, the Inca Empire flourished with a level of organizational sophistication that stunned the Spanish conquistadors. Without a writing system, as we understand it, the Incas created something amazing: the quipu. A quipu, meaning knot, in Quechua, was a system of knotted cords made of cotton or camelid fibers, often dyed different colors and suspended from a main cord. At first glance, it might look like a decorative piece or a primitive counting system, but a deeper study reveals something much more complex. Quipus encoded data by the location, type, and spacing of the knots, as well as the color and length. Modern researchers have confirmed that quipus were used for numerical data, such as census records, food supplies, tax obligations, and military logistics. But could they have gone beyond simple accounting? Some scholars believe that quipus were a complete language, a symbolic and flexible system that could capture stories, laws, or even genealogies. A compelling theory posits that the quis could have encoded oral traditions passed down from generation to generation, effectively serving as data-rich portable devices. However, the key to deciphering them was lost when the Spanish destroyed countless quis and executed the capacs, the elite who possessed the knowledge to interpret them. These men were equivalent to combined librarians and historians. When they were silenced, so was their knowledge. Nowadays, only about 600 quipus remain in museums and collections. Although software and pattern recognition have advanced in the analysis of quipu systems, we still lack the contextual framework to understand their full potential. What stories lie dormant within those knots? Could they be epic tales of Inca emperors, cures for diseases, or astronomical knowledge like that of the Library of Alexandria? Perhaps we will never know what was lost, only that it was invaluable. These 3 cases, the Library of Alexandria, the Mayan codices, and the Inca quipus, are not isolated tragedies. They are symbols of a recurring pattern in human history: the destruction of knowledge as a byproduct of conquest, fear, dogma, or ignorance. That is why we must ask what civilizations could have done to cure diseases we still fight today. What cosmic truths did our ancestors possess before fire, water, or the sword snatched them away? What pieces of humanity's puzzle are still missing, scattered in burned papyri, knotted ropes, or barks with glyphs? Lost knowledge leaves a silence that resonates more loudly than any war cry. And perhaps the greatest mystery of all is not what we still have to discover, but what we already discovered and then let fade into legend. Scattered throughout the earth are monuments so grandiose, so precisely built, and so incredibly old that they continue to defy explanation. They are not mere ruins. They are echoes carved in stone that speak of civilizations that may have known secrets now forgotten. Many of these sites contain no inscriptions, no records of their builders, and no rational explanation for how they were created with ancient tools. Were these structures the work of long-gone advanced cultures? Or is there another explanation? One buried under centuries of dust, denial, and disbelief. The world's most enigmatic monuments are more than just historical landmarks. They challenge everything we think we know about the past. As we contemplate their architecture, geometry, and precision, we are forced to ask, how did the ancients achieve these feats? And, more disturbingly, who were they really? With more than 4,500 years of antiquity, the Great Pyramid of Giza is the only surviving wonder of the ancient world and, perhaps, the most mysterious. Officially, it was built during the reign of Pharaoh Keeps around 2560 BC. However, many aspects of the pyramid defy any simple explanation. To begin, the pyramid's alignment is almost perfect, oriented toward true north with a precision of a small fraction of a degree. Its enormous blocks, more than 2 million, some of which weigh 80 tons, were extracted, transported, and placed with astonishing precision. Despite centuries of study, no one can fully explain how this was done without modern technology. There's also the question of its purpose. Although traditionally believed to be a tomb, no mummy has ever been found inside it. Instead, it contains a series of internal chambers and conduits aligned with celestial bodies. Some researchers believe that it may have functioned as an astronomical observatory, a kind of power plant, or even a resonant energy device. Other theorists point to the mathematical constants, such as pi and the golden ratio, embedded in the pyramid's dimensions as indications that its builders had a far more advanced knowledge of science than they should have. Could the Great Pyramid be a relic of lost knowledge or a monument built by a civilization more advanced than we currently understand? High in the Bolivian Andes is Puma Punku, part of the ancient Tiwanaku complex, dating back to at least 500 AD, although some claim it could be much older. What distinguishes Puma Punku is not its size, but its stonework. Enormous blocks of andesite and diorite carved with such precision that, even today, replication would be difficult with advanced tools. Many of the stones fit together like intricate puzzles without mortar, are earthquake-resistant, and are perfectly aligned. Some have grooves that appear machine-made and holes that appear drilled, leading some researchers to wonder if Stone Age peoples could have achieved such skill with stone hammers and copper chisels. The H blocks found in Puma Punku are especially famous for their uniform shapes carved with mathematical precision, suggesting knowledge of modular design, as if they were part of a larger set. How could a pre-Inca culture, without writing or a wheel, have created something so advanced? To date, no one has found quarries that explain how the giant stones were transported across the rugged terrain. The mystery of Puma Punku remains a clear anomaly in the accepted narrative of human history. On the small Micronesian island of Pohnpei is the ancient city of Nanmadol, a strange and remote series of 92 artificial islets connected by canals. Built on a coral reef, this Venice of the Pacific was constructed using enormous basalt columns, some weighing up to 50 tons. The origins of Nanmadol remain a mystery. Local legends tell of giants or sorcerers who levitated stones to their place using magical powers. Although conventional archaeology dates the site to around 1200 AD, its scale and complexity seem far beyond the capabilities of the island's population at that time. There are no clear quarries on the island, which means that the basalt had to be brought from afar, somehow float over the open ocean, and be stacked in a series of sacred temples and residences. There are no written records, nor evidence of how the city was built, nor clear reasons for its construction in such a difficult place. The purpose of Nanmadol remains the subject of debate. Some believe it served as a political or religious center. Others suggest that it could have been a kind of oceanic fortress or a ceremonial necropolis. Whatever the truth, Nanmadol stands as one of the most remote and inexplicable monumental sites on Earth. In southeastern Turkey is Göbekli Tepe, a site so old that it has rewritten the chronology of human civilization. Discovered in the 1990s and dated to around 9600 BCC, Göbekli Tepe is thousands of years older than Stonehenge and the Egyptian pyramids. What makes this site especially enigmatic is its size and complexity. The site is made up of huge T-shaped stone pillars arranged in circular enclosures, many carved with animals, symbols, and humanoid figures. The stones measure up to 6 meters in height and weigh between 10 and 20 tons each. All this was built at a time when humans were thought to be simple hunters without permanent settlements, agriculture, or architectural knowledge. Who built Göbekli Tepe and how? There are no tools, bones, or signs of daily life at this site. Even stranger is that the builders intentionally buried it under tons of earth for unknown reasons. Was it to preserve sacred knowledge, or to hide something deeper? Göbekli Tepe challenges fundamental assumptions about the chronology of civilization. It suggests that highly organized societies with symbolic knowledge and construction capacity existed more than 11,000 years ago, long before known civilizations emerged. Could this be a surviving monument from a forgotten era, or even from a lost civilization? In present-day Lebanon is Baalbek, a complex of Roman temples built on mysterious and much older foundations. At the heart of the mystery are the stones of the Trilithon, 3 colossal blocks, each weighing between 800 and 200 tons. Nearby is the stone of the pregnant woman, a monolith whose weight is estimated at more than 1,000 tons, the largest stone extracted by human hand. The size and the weight of these stones are mind-boggling. No modern crane can easily move them, let alone ancient builders with primitive tools. However, they were not only transported, but placed with extreme precision on a platform that would later serve as the foundation for a Roman temple. The official version is that the Romans reused earlier megalithic structures, but the original builder's identity is unknown. Some scholars suggest that the stones are remnants of a pre-Roman civilization, possibly predating the flood. The legends of Baalbek link the place with giants or the Nephilim, beings described in the Bible and other ancient texts. Why did the ancients make such incredible efforts to extract and move stones of such unimaginable size? And more importantly, what was the purpose of these cyclopean foundations? Were they simply a platform, or did they once hold something much more extraordinary? In the remote Pacific is Rapa Nui, better known as Easter Island, home to nearly 1,000 colossal statues called moai. These monolithic figures, some weighing more than 80 tons, were carved from volcanic rock and strategically placed throughout the island, many with their backs to the sea. The mystery lies not only in their creation, but also in their transportation. The moai were carved in a quarry and then somehow moved for kilometers through rugged terrain, often uphill. Recent experiments suggest that they could have been transported upright using a complex system of ropes, but even that remains speculation. Some moai are buried up to their necks in the ground, revealing complete torsos and inscriptions when excavated. Many were adorned with hats made of red stone, the purpose of which is still debated. The islanders themselves left no written records explaining why the moai were built. Adding to this mystery is the sudden collapse of the civilization. The population of Rapa Nui, which was once prosperous, was drastically reduced. Was it environmental destruction, famine, or a more esoteric cause? Some even theorize about contact with outsiders or ancient beings, especially given the imposing presence of the moai and their disturbing similarity to other ancient megaliths. Facing the coast of Yunnan, in Japan, is what appears to be a submerged megalithic structure featuring terraces, steps, pillars, and geometric patterns. Discovered in the 1980s by a diver, this underwater site has sparked debate. Is it a natural formation, or the submerged ruins of an ancient civilization? Defenders of the artificial theory point to right-angle cuts, staircase-like features, and what some claim to be carvings of animals and symbols. If it were artificial, Yunnan could be more than 10,000 years old, which would place it before the end of the last glaciation, when sea level was much lower. Critics say it is a natural geological formation shaped by erosion, but its scale and precision raise questions. Why would such a structure be built underwater unless it had once been above sea level? Could it be a vestige of Mu or Lemuria? the mythical submerged continent spoken of in Eastern mythology. The idea of lost lands swallowed by the sea has persisted in all cultures, from Atlantis to the Kumari Kandam. Unani may be the only physical evidence we have for such accounts. These mysterious monuments are not just wonders of ancient engineering. They are silent and stubborn outliers in human history. They suggest that our ancestors were capable of feats we still do not fully understand. Were they guided by unknown knowledge, lost technologies, or contact with higher beings? Or were they simply more advanced than we think? Be that as it may, these monuments refuse to be forgotten. They remain as stone puzzles, challenging us to question the very foundations of history. Throughout history, certain lineages have been shrouded in mystery, with powerful families, rulers, and dynasties that seem to have faded into oblivion. These lost lineages, once the center of civilization and the pulse of their societies, left behind a cryptic legacy and unanswered questions. What became of the lineages from the ancient world? Why did they disappear? And what hidden secrets may be buried within their forgotten stories? Some lineages of ancient rulers have become legend, while others have been completely lost to history. These forgotten dynasties may have once controlled vast empires, amassed extraordinary fortunes, or created lasting cultural legacies. But as time passed, their stories faded. Today, they remain tantalizing mysteries, and the search for lost lineages continues to captivate the imagination of historians, archaeologists, and mythologists alike. Few figures in history are as famous as Cleopatra VII, the last queen of ancient Egypt and lover of Julius Caesar and, later, Mark Antony. The Ptolemaic dynasty to which Cleopatra belonged had ruled Egypt for almost 3 centuries, a legacy intertwined with the rise of Roman power. Cleopatra's dramatic end in the year 30 B.C., after Antony's defeat by the forces of Octavian, the future Emperor Augustus, marked the official end of the Ptolemaic dynasty and the independence of Egypt. However, what happened to Cleopatra's lineage after her death remains a mystery. Although Cleopatra had a son, Caesar Ion, from her relationship with Julius Caesar, he was assassinated shortly after his mother's defeat, supposedly on the orders of Augustus. The Ptolemaic dynasty, once known for its luxurious palaces, immense wealth, and ability to navigate the complex political world of the Mediterranean, seemed to vanish with her death. The Ptolemies were originally Greek rulers who came to Egypt after the conquest of Alexander the Great in the 4th century B.C., but by the time of Cleopatra, they had fully integrated into Egyptian society, adopting many local customs, including Egyptian religious practices. Cleopatra's lineage, once so powerful and intertwined with the fate of Egypt and Rome, seemed to disappear without a trace. Did Cleopatra have any descendants who escaped the turmoil of her reign, or did her dynasty perish with her death? What makes this lineage especially fascinating is the question of whether Cleopatra's lineage was really lost, or whether remnants of her descendants are hidden in history, buried under the layers of time. The Merovingians were an ancient Frankish dynasty that ruled much of Western Europe between the 5th and 8th centuries A.D.C. The Merovingians stand out for their legendary status as rulers of the Franks, a powerful tribe that played an important role in the formation of what would become France. The Merovingians are often associated with mysticism and myth, especially regarding the so-called sacred lineage. According to popular legend, the Merovingians were descendants of Jesus Christ, a claim related to the famous legends of the Holy Grail. This theory, popularized in works such as the Da Vinci Code, suggests that the Merovingian lineage carried the sacred blood of Christ, and that their kings were chosen to rule by virtue of this divine legacy. Although this is a highly speculative theory, the Merovingians were reputed to possess extraordinary power. Often called the long-haired kings because they refused to cut their hair as part of their royal tradition, they ruled a vast part of Europe, and their influence was fundamental in shaping the political landscape of early medieval Europe. However, despite their prominence, the Merovingian dynasty fell in the 8th century when the Carolingians, most notably Charlemagne, seized power. The exact reason for the fall of the Merovingians remains a matter of debate. Some historians argue that internal struggles and power disputes weakened their control, while others believe the dynasty was gradually replaced by the Carolingians through political maneuvering. What makes the loss of the Merovingian lineage so intriguing is the mystery surrounding it. Was the Merovingian legacy simply swallowed by time and replaced with a new ruling family? Or was there something more enigmatic in its disappearance, perhaps related to the legendary sacred lineage? The royal lineage of Egypt, with its pharaohs and rulers, goes back thousands of years, from pyramid construction to the fall of its great civilization. While many pharaohs like Tutankhamun and Ramses the Great are well documented in historical records, the final destiny of the royal bloodline of Egypt remains a subject of debate. The Tmic dynasty, as discussed above, is often considered the last ruling bloodline of Egypt before falling under Roman control. However, the native Egyptian dynasties that preceded it are much more mysterious. The last native Egyptian pharaoh, Nectanebo II, ruled in the 4th century BCE, before fleeing to Persia after the Persian conquest of Egypt. His departure marked the end of the native Egyptian line and paved the way for the Ptolemies to come to power. After Nectanebo II, there are no clear records of any subsequent ruler who could be identified as his descendant. The disappearance of the royal line of Egypt has led some to speculate that they were lost to history or absorbed by other ruling families. Did the ancient Egyptian royalty end with Nectanebo, or were there survivors of the bloodline who fell into oblivion? Their identities were erased from the historical record. There are even theories that argue that the royal line of Egypt may have had a secret continuation preserved underground. Was it possible that the members of the ancient Egyptian royal family, fleeing from foreign invaders amid chaos, continued to live in secret, transmitting their lineage in the shadows? The Sumerians are considered one of humanity's first great civilizations, with their first cities flourishing in Mesopotamia around 3000 BCE. One of the most famous figures in Sumerian history is Gilgamesh, king of the city-state of Uruk, who is the protagonist of the Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the oldest known literary works. Gilgamesh is described as a divine figure whose search for immortality and personal transformation is legendary. Despite the fame of the epic, the historical reality of Gilgamesh's existence remains uncertain. Some scholars believe that Gilgamesh may have been a real king, while others suggest that he was a mythical figure created through oral tradition. The Sumerian King List, a historical document that records the names of the first rulers, mentions Gilgamesh as a real king, although the details about his life are vague at best. If Gilgamesh existed, what happened to the royal lineage of Uruk and the Sumerian kings? Did their descendants continue their legacy? Or did the Sumerian kings become a myth and were never seen again? Given the lack of concrete evidence, the fate of the Sumerian royal line remains one of the most fascinating mysteries of the ancient world. Was it really extinguished, or did it survive in the shadows of time? The history of Rome is marked by the rise and fall of its emperors, among whom Julius Caesar stands out as one of history's most emblematic figures. Although Augustus, Caesar's adoptive heir, became the first true emperor of Rome, the Roman imperial line, in particular the descendants of Caesar himself, continued to exert its influence for centuries. However, in the 5th century CE, the Western Roman Empire collapsed, and with it, many of the direct descendants of the Caesars disappeared from historical records. The Byzantine Empire, the eastern half of the Roman Empire, continued for almost 1,000 years after the fall of Rome, but it was believed that the line of the original Caesars had come to an end. However, there are tantalizing indications that the Caesars' lineage might not have been completely lost. Several rumors and legends suggest that some hidden descendants of the Roman emperors may have survived, living in secret or even founding new dynasties in distant lands. The royal house of Huento, for example, has been claimed by some to have connections with the Roman imperial family. The true destiny of the Roman imperial line remains a mystery, and some scholars suggest that Caesar's descendants may still exist today, although their identity remains unknown. Were these bloodlines really lost? Or have they persisted silently in history's shadows, waiting to be discovered? The lineages of these ancient dynasties are ghostly vestiges of the past. Their legacies, once prosperous, fade into the mists of time. What happened to the descendants of Cleopatra, Gilgamesh, and the Caesars? Did their lineages truly disappear? Or did they survive in the shadows? Were their stories hidden from history? Only time will tell if we ever discover the secrets of these long-lost lineages and the mysteries they hold. Ancient civilizations arose, flourished, and disappeared, leaving behind only whispers in the wind and shadows in the dust. These civilizations, vibrant and prosperous in their day, have left us their ruins, mysterious artifacts, and unanswered questions. What happened to them? Why did they disappear, often without a trace? And what can we learn from the remains they left behind? As we explore the mysteries of history, there is no lack of the ghostly remains of ancient civilizations that have disappeared with the passage of time. While some disappeared without leaving even a single clue about their destiny, others have left us enigmatic ruins, strange stories, and unresolved mysteries that continue to baffle researchers and historians. These ghost civilizations are a disturbing reminder of humanity's capacity to build, rise, and ultimately fall into oblivion. One of the most fascinating and enigmatic disappearances in history is that of the Indus Valley Civilization, which flourished around 2500 BC, in what is today Pakistan and India. This civilization was one of the first urban centers, with sophisticated cities like Mohenjo-daro and Harappa. These cities were very advanced for their time, with well-planned streets and drainage systems, even a primitive form of standardized weights and measures. Despite their remarkable achievements, the Indus Valley Civilization mysteriously collapsed around 1900 BC, and its people disappeared without a trace. The most disconcerting thing is that they left no records. No written language has been deciphered, and the reasons for its decline are unknown. Some theories suggest that environmental factors, such as climate change or a drastic change in the course of the Indus River, could have contributed to the collapse. Others argue that the civilization may have fallen victim to an invasion or internal collapse, but there is no clear evidence to support these ideas. The disappearance of the people of the Indus Valley remains one of the great unresolved mysteries of ancient history. What happened to the inhabitants of the Indus Valley? Did they simply disappear into history, or did they merge with other cultures, leaving cryptic traces of their civilization? The Mycenaean civilization of ancient Greece is another mysterious society whose disappearance has baffled historians for centuries. It flourished between 1600 BC, and 1100 BC. The Mycenaeans built gigantic fortresses and left some of the most emblematic vestiges of the ancient world, such as the famous gold mask of Agamemnon and the ruins of the Palace of Knossos. Their influence extended throughout the Mediterranean, and they played a role in the Trojan War, immortalized in Homer's Iliad. However, despite their cultural achievements and wide influence, the Mycenaean civilization mysteriously collapsed around 1100 BC. The cause of its sudden decline remains a matter of debate. Some historians point to the invasion of the Dorian tribes, while others suggest that internal struggles, natural disasters, or even the collapse of trade networks were the factors that contributed to it. What makes the Mycenaean collapse even more mysterious is the dark era that followed. For centuries after its fall, Greek civilization seemed to regress, and much of the knowledge, art, and technology was lost. Why did a society that was once prosperous collapse so suddenly? And what happened to its people? The ancestors of the peoples, also known as the Anasazi, who lived in the southwest of the United States for thousands of years, built some of the most impressive dwellings in ancient North America, such as the cliff dwellings of Mesa Verde and the monumental stone structures of Chaco Canyon. They were skilled farmers, architects, and astronomers. Their society was considered one of the most sophisticated in pre-Columbian America. However, at the end of the 12th century, the ancestors of the Pueblones mysteriously abandoned their impressive cliff dwellings and their cities, leaving almost no trace of their departure. Scholars have offered numerous theories about their disappearance, ranging from climate change and prolonged drought to resource depletion, internal conflicts, or even a possible invasion. What is especially disturbing is their sudden disappearance. Unlike other civilizations that may have left signs of their collapse, the ancestors of the Puebloans seem to have simply disappeared, taking their secrets with them. Did they flee due to environmental pressures? Or was their departure part of a larger, unknown event that erased their culture from history? Long before the rise of the Mayan and Aztec civilizations, the Olmecs flourished in ancient Mesoamerica. Known for their colossal stone heads, some of which weigh several tons, the Olmecs are often considered the mother civilization of Mesoamerica due to their profound influence on later cultures in the region. They built large ceremonial centers, created intricate art, and developed a primitive form of writing and calendar system. However, despite their lasting influence, the Olmec civilization mysteriously disappeared around the year 400 BC. Their monumental stone heads and other artifacts remain an enigma to archaeologists. Some heads have features that suggest a variety of different ethnic origins, which raises questions about the origins and cultural exchanges of the Olmecs. Like the civilization of the Indus Valley, the Olmecs did not leave definitive written records that explain their decline. Was their disappearance the result of internal strife, environmental changes, or invasions? The answer is still unknown. What remains are the imposing stone heads, silent witnesses to a lost world. The Minoans of ancient Crete were one of the most advanced civilizations of the ancient world, known for their impressive palaces, especially the Palace of Knossos, which had a great variety of frescoes and advanced plumbing systems. The Minoans developed a writing system known as Linear A, and their influence extended through the Aegean and Mediterranean regions. However, the Minoan civilization experienced a sudden and catastrophic decline around 1450 BC. With most of their palaces destroyed and their culture practically forgotten, theories abound as to why the Minoans disappeared. One of the most accepted explanations is the volcanic eruption of Thera, present-day Santorini, which devastated the island and disrupted the trade and society of Minoan Crete. The eruption of Thera was one of the largest volcanic events in recorded history, and its effects may have triggered widespread famine and social unrest. However, it is likely that the decline of the Minoans was not due solely to the eruption. Some scholars suggest that the invasion of the Mycenaeans may have further accelerated the collapse. Although we understand the event, many questions still remain. To what extent did the eruption contribute to the Minoans' collapse? Was the Minoan civilization really lost to history, or did it simply evolve into something new, absorbed by other cultures? The Harappan civilization, which flourished in the Indus Valley, is one of the most enigmatic of all ancient civilizations. Its cities were meticulously planned with grid-shaped streets, advanced drainage systems, and even evidence of primitive urban sanitation. However, as suddenly as it arose, the Harappan civilization disappeared around 1900 BC, leaving only the ruins of its once prosperous cities. While some suggest that climate change or a shift in the course of the Indus River could have caused the collapse, others point to social unrest or an invasion. Still, there is little definitive evidence to point to the cause. The lack of written records and the apparent abruptness of its fall continue to make the Harappan civilization one of antiquity's most elusive mysteries. Were the Harappans victims of an environmental catastrophe, or did their civilization collapse from within as political, social, or economic pressures increased? The silence of their disappearance continues to haunt us, leaving the ghosts of Harappa wandering through time's ruins. The Western Roman Empire is one of the most famous examples of a civilization that, although not completely lost, suffered a slow and often painful collapse. In the 5th century CE, Rome was affected by political instability, military defeats, and economic decline. But even as the Roman Empire crumbled, it left a profound legacy in the form of architecture, law, and culture. The fall of Rome in the year 476 CE, marked by the abdication of the last Roman emperor, Romulus Augustulus, is often considered the end of ancient history and the beginning of the Middle Ages. The reasons for Rome's decline are many. The pressure of barbarian invasions, the gradual weakening of the Roman army, and the economic instability brought about by its vast territory. However, what makes the collapse of Rome so disconcerting is the way it fractured over time. The empire did not collapse all of a sudden. It was a complex process of internal decay, external pressure, and shifts in power relations. While the Eastern Roman Empire, or Byzantine Empire, continued for almost 1,000 years more, the slow disintegration of the Western Empire remains a fascinating mystery in the annals of history. These civilizations, whose cultures, once great, now lie in ruins, leave behind only questions, hypotheses, and fragments of a forgotten past. Their stories, though lost in time, have shaped the civilizations that followed them and continue to inspire awe and curiosity today. What other ancient cultures are waiting to be discovered still? And what secrets will they reveal to us? From the earliest known civilizations to modern astronomy, the stars have always been shrouded in deep mystery. Why did ancient cultures look to the sky with such reverence, often associating the movements of the stars with divine influence or powerful beings? What secrets are hidden in the ancient astronomical knowledge passed down through the centuries? The ancient skies were much more than just a backdrop to human activity. For early civilizations, the cosmos was a realm imbued with mystery, power, and influence. They were not limited to just observing the skies. They adored it. The gods of the sky, celestial beings who were believed to control destiny, the seasons, and the very course of human history, were fundamental in the myths and religions of countless cultures. For millennia, the night sky has been a canvas where civilizations have projected their beliefs, hopes, and understanding of the cosmos. But were these stories born from pure mythology? Or was something more grounded in the gaze of ancient sky observers, perhaps real astronomical knowledge transmitted over centuries? One of the most fascinating mysteries that mixes mythology with astronomy is the ancient Sumerian belief in the Anunnaki, a pantheon of gods believed to have come from the stars. The Sumerians, who flourished in Mesopotamia around 400 AC, left some of the first written records detailing their beliefs in gods who not only shaped human destiny, but were said to have come from the stars. The Anunnaki often appear depicted in ancient Sumerian texts as beings who descended from the skies to rule Earth. Some interpretations of these ancient texts suggest that the Anunnaki came from a distant planet known as Nibiru, which some theories say has a very elliptical orbit that brings it closer to Earth every few thousand years. The story of the Anunnaki has fueled ancient astronaut theories, which propose that these deities were actually extraterrestrial beings who visited Earth in ancient times to impart advanced knowledge to early civilizations. They taught the Sumerians agriculture, architecture, and even the arts of astrology and astronomy, knowledge that would have allowed them to create some of antiquity's most sophisticated calendars and star maps. Was reverence for the Anunnaki a reflection of real extraterrestrial encounters? Or was it a symbolic representation of the awe and mystery inspired by the stars themselves? The mystery of the Anunnaki remains a subject of debate among scholars and amateurs, with some believing that the Sumerian celestial beliefs could be based on a much deeper understanding of the cosmos than we think. Like the Sumerians, the Egyptians had a very elaborate understanding of the cosmos. Astronomy and astrology were integral parts of their culture, and they believed that the movements of the stars influenced the lives of both gods and pharaohs. The Egyptians worshipped many sky gods, the most prominent being Ra, the sun god, and Hathor, the goddess of the sky, love, and motherhood. But it was the story of Osiris, the god of the afterlife, who really linked the religious practices of the Egyptians with the stars. Osiris, after being murdered by his brother Set, was believed to have been resurrected in the stars as the constellation Orion. The Egyptians saw the constellation Orion as Osiris's home. and the alignment of their Great Pyramids of Giza with the stars of the Orion Belt is one of the most famous astronomical alignments in the world. This mathematically precise alignment suggests that the Egyptians possessed advanced knowledge of astronomy and geometry. The Great Pyramid of Giza, in particular, was built with the intention of aligning perfectly with the star Sirius, associated with the goddess Isis, consort to Osiris. The rising of Sirius in the sky marked the beginning of the Nile's floods, a crucial event for the Egyptian agricultural calendar. But why such specific stellar alignments? Why were the Egyptians so focused on these particular stars? Was it simply a matter of practical observation? Or was there a deeper spiritual meaning linked to the celestial bodies they venerated? The ancient Mayans of Central America possessed one of the most sophisticated astronomical systems ever created. Not only were they enthusiastic observers of the sky, but they also believed that the stars and planets directly influenced the life and destiny of human beings. The main calendar of the Mayans, the Tzolk'in, was intimately linked to the movements of the planet Venus, which they considered the incarnation of the god Kukulkan, also known as Quetzalcoatl in Aztec culture. The Mayans built vast cities with monumental observatories, and their astronomical knowledge was so precise that they could predict solar eclipses and the movements of planets with extraordinary accuracy. One of the greatest mysteries of Mayan astronomy is the Dresden Codex, a Mayan manuscript that records the movements of Venus and other celestial bodies over centuries. It is believed that the Mayans had a deep connection with the stars, which they considered divine messengers that influenced events on Earth. Mayan pyramids and temples, such as those in Chichen Itza, were aligned with the movements of the stars. The most famous example is the Pyramid of El Castillo, which during the equinoxes casts a shadow resembling a snake sliding down its steps, a visual representation of Kukulkan descending from the heavens. Was this divine snake simply just a myth, or did it symbolize a greater knowledge of how the stars interacted with Earth? The star observers of the Mayans did not just look at the sky. They listened to it, interpreting the celestial messages in ways that we may not yet fully understand. What kind of astronomical wisdom did they possess? And why was it so important for them to build such precise alignments? In the arid plains of Peru, the Nazca lines, a collection of gigantic geoglyphs, have puzzled scholars for generations. These enormous drawings, which can only be fully appreciated from the sky, represent animals, geometric shapes, and even human figures. But the most intriguing aspect of the Nazca lines is their alignment with stars. Many of the lines appear to point directly to key astronomical events, such as solstices and equinoxes. Some researchers believe that these geoglyphs were part of rituals designed to communicate with the gods believed to reside in the heavens. Could these lines have been drawn to align with specific stars or constellations, serving as a celestial map for gods? The purpose of the Nazca lines remains a mystery, but their connection to the sky is undeniable. Were they created as a prayer to the stars, or some form of celestial communication? Why were these enormous structures built in such an isolated region, far from major centers of civilization? And what significance does the fact that these lines seem to point toward the sky hold? Throughout the world, there is a legacy of ancient star maps, documents or engravings that record celestial events, stellar patterns, and astrological knowledge. The Chinese, the Greeks, the Egyptians, and the Mayans were observers of the stars and recorded their observations in ways that seemed to transcend their cultures. But these records often point to one truth. Ancient civilizations knew far more about the stars than we think. A particularly curious star map is the St. Petersburg Papyrus from ancient Egypt, which provides a detailed record of the positions of the stars and has led some scholars to suggest that the Egyptians had access to very advanced astronomical knowledge. These maps were not simply intended for navigation. They were thought to be a means of connecting earth and sky, as if the stars were a blueprint for divine communication. The ancient Greeks were also avid observers of the sky. Figures like Hipparchus and Ptolemy produced some of the most advanced star maps in the ancient world. However, it is not only their intellectual legacy that stands out. It is the way in which they, and others, were so in tune with the movements of the stars, reflecting an understanding that was both scientific and spiritual. The fascination with the stars was not simply curiosity for ancient peoples. It was fundamental to their spiritual, cultural, and political life. They saw in the heavens not only a source of light, but a path to divinity, a channel of communication with gods. Whether through the Anunnaki, Ra, Kukulkan, or Osiris, the stars were often considered intermediaries between human beings and the heavens. As modern astronomy continues to unravel cosmic mysteries, it is becoming increasingly clear that the ancients were far more in tune with the movements of the heavens than we believed. The sky was not simply something that was observed. It was something to be understood, venerated, and mapped. These ancient sky watchers were the first astronomers, and their legacy continues to inspire intrigue and awe. What other secrets do the stars hide? What knowledge have we lost over the centuries? As we continue to look to the sky, perhaps we will discover more hidden truths in the constellations, waiting to be revealed.